You dumped a porn star? Friendship over. Friendship over!
Make sure to listen to the Armchair Quarterbacks Drive Time Armchair Quarterback Show on Facebook Live, and make sure to tap that app, the Armchair Quarterbacks app. Google Android, Apple iPhone, good enough for us down here in the bayou. Go Tigers and the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Peanut butter.
Chocolate.
You got peanut butter on my chocolate.
Well, you got chocolate in my peanut butter.
Bravissimo.
Two great tastes that taste great together. Reese's Peanut Butter Cup. Real milk chocolate. Good old-fashioned peanut butter.
Playoffs? Don't talk about playoffs. You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
Make sure to keep it locked in here on Armchair Quarterback Radio. We're not one-trick ponies. We cover the entire NFL, past and present.
3rd down and 6 at the 9. And Bo Jackson to the 20 and out in front, and only one man to beat, and easily can't run him down. He had the angle, but there goes Bo, and nobody captures Bo. Touchdown. Dion. Hold on, started, and turns the corner into Giant territory, and leave it to Dion to break it open for a touchdown. What a run! Dion comes in as a receiver. Sanders going his way, but they double coverage, and somehow Dion is able to beat the coverage, but intercepted by Sanders, and he scored again. There he goes, Dion. 71 yards. And so the Dion combined a 59-yard punt return for a TD, a 55-yard pass reception, a 39-yard punt return, and a 71-yard interception return.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long and your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Oh my God, I'm really sorry.
I was in the pool!
He only has 3 rings.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Reggie Gillespie dives into the end zone. The winning points from North Carolina State. And the teams come together in the end zone, pushing, shoving between the pack and the heels as Gillespie has scored the winning points, his 5th rushing TD. But these teams need to be separated. The emotion boils over on the last play of the game as Gillespie goes to the end zone. And it's a sea of Carolina blue and state red.
And Carruthers gets into it, and they've doused him, and now we've got a big brawl out of the field. Marring would have been the 200th victory for Bobby Bowden. Look at this. That's an ugly mess down there. This is ugly. Starting to get it cleared up down there, although there's still some bodies flying around.
ACC football, backyard brawls all year long.
I'm up. Biggest pick of the draft. 5th pick, 6th round. TJ Hoshmazode. Yes, lock it up.
Who? What?
TJ, how's the vanilla? All right. TJ, who's your mama?
Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Hushmanzada from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Hoshmazoli. Got it. championship.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
This is Jim Rome. Join me in the jungle for your phone calls and the biggest names in sports. Stop by weekdays, noon until 3 Eastern, 9 to noon Pacific.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here! Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Chop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Luda Raiders! Omaha!
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Challenge accepted.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect it here. CBS Sports Radio.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live. SEC, ACC, and Big Ten coverage like no other. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
Hey, Jacksonville, winter is the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free spring lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn the year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com/radio to save 50% on your first service. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com/radio today and get a lawn to be proud of.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
At Jewelers Mutual, we're a little obsessed with jewelry. Obsessed like auctioneers with talking fast.
50, we're going to fit sold.
Pop stars with auto-tune.
Yeah.
And dentists with asking questions.
How did he propose?
After they've put their hands in your mouth.
Great.
Yes, we've made jewelry our obsession for over 100 years. We love it so much, we named our kids Ruby, Amber, and Opal.
Venti soy latte for Opal?
At Jewelers Mutual, we insure jewelry and only jewelry, which is why people who are also obsessed with jewelry trust us with theirs.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Take the road less traveled in the newly redesigned Hyundai Santa Fe. With available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you get off the beaten path a little further together. And intuitive safety features that can help you see what's waiting around the bend. Plus, with generous room for 5 and comfortable available Napa leather seating, you can go for more drives as a family without driving each other crazy. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Get caught up with the big stories from around the world in sports in just a few minutes. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today, weekdays. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube. Baseball, football, basketball, whatever's trending in the world of sports, it's on Take Me Out to the Ball Game today in just a few minutes. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Take me out to the ball game.
Like, I don't like winter. Like, I hate winter. Like, I'm originally from North Carolina, and like, look, I hate winter so much, I'm for global warming. I am voting for it, marching for it. I might start buying people SUVs. I don't care. Ladies, start using hairspray again. No ozone. That's our goal. And see, there's people with me, but there's always a couple of crunchy granolas sitting around. Crunchy granolas sitting there thinking, but the polar ice caps are gonna melt and we're all gonna flood. No, we're not. We're not all gonna flood. We're only losing Rhode Island, Long Island, and Jersey. Bye-bye. Here's a canoe. Get to safety.
Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
You're not sick tonight, are you? Good. Your tongue's going to be hanging out. Tell him to throw up on his own time.
CBS Sports Radio, your home for all things sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, coast to coast. Great sports talk expected here. CBS Sports Radio.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. We dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
My wife quit sugar in January because she ate cookies like a monster through December. And on January 1st came marching into the kitchen. That's it. I'm never eating sugar again. Yes, you are. And you're going to eat more than you ever ate before. And not because you're weak, but because you're a human being. And you get sad sometimes. And to stop yourself from slitting your own throat, eat a cookie once in a while.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you are ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
Screen pass to Trayshawn DeAndre on the right side. He dodges Cushman, makes his way to the end zone. Touchdown! But wait a second. I think there's a flag on the play.
All right, you guys got holding on number 97, right?
Yeah, definitely holding. No touchdown.
All right, make the call.
Yeah, I mean, it was holding.
So make the call.
Or, we say the flag was for an excessive celebration so they can keep the touchdown and apply the penalty to the kickoff, huh? What do you say?
What are you talking about? I didn't see excessive celebration.
You sure? I could have sworn I saw a little nay-nay going on.
What's going on with you, man?
All right, look, guys, I got to be real with you. Trayshawn DeAndre just scored that touchdown. Okay, I have him on my fantasy team this week. I need these points.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you, Bill. I'm playing against my father-in-law this week, and if he doesn't score this touchdown, I lose.
Well, I'm not going to let you make a bad call because you're in some fantasy football league.
Make the call.
Craig, no. If you make one bad call.
This works out perfectly, Bill. I started the quarterback who threw the touchdown pass. We're going to have to ignore the holding call.
I have the kicker, and I was kind of hoping that he wouldn't convert on third down, so he'd have to kick the field goal.
Armchair.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. We dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
You come at the King, you best not miss.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. We dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use
Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue poncho! Blue poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here! Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Chop, chop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Cali, Buffalo! Check, check! Hey, Short Ox! Ludo Raiders! Omaha! I'm out!
Take me out to the ball game.
Get caught up with the big stories from around the world in sports in just a few minutes. It's Take Me Out to the Ball Game today, weekdays. Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube. Baseball, football, basketball, whatever's trending in the world of sports, it's on Take Me Out to the Ball Game today in just a few minutes. Take Me Out to the Ball Game today on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Take me out to the ball game.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay.
By 1800, town ball and its many variations were played nearly everywhere. On their way back from the Pacific Ocean, Lewis and Clark played a game of base with the Nez Perce Indians as they prepared to cross the Bitterroot Mountains. In the 1830s, on the western frontier of Missouri, ball was the favorite sport of Joseph Smith, founder of a new religious sect called the Mormons. But back east in Cooperstown, New York, city fathers passed an ordinance restricting play after merchants complained about too many broken windows. Meanwhile, in New York City, they were starting to play a brand new version of the game.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. We dive into the world of fantasy football year long in your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com. Use promo code LISTEN for a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. That's Stamps.com, promo code LISTEN.
The snapper is Robert Shiver, a sophomore out of Thomasville, Georgia. The holder is Matthew Motley, a senior from Opelika. And Wes Byram, a freshman out of Fort Lauderdale, trying to put it through to give Auburn the win. Here's the snap, the place, the kick is up, the kick is long enough, the kick is good! Good! See you later, Alligator! Tigers win, 20-17! I hope Lee Corso and Kirk Street never pick Auburn to have a chance again. The Tigers have come to the swamp, drained it, and made it their own. 20-17, Auburn a winner tonight over the third-ranked Florida Gators. Can you believe it?
Hi, this is Britney Spears. What up, this Jay-Z. This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. We dive into the world of fantasy football year long in your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
I have friends in my life that don't eat bread anymore. They don't eat bread. They don't eat bread. They're going to lose 3.5 pounds. No one's ever going to know. And they don't eat bread. Why are you even here? Could you imagine no toast in the morning with butter for the rest of your life? Kill yourself. Make some room for people who know how to live.
Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
Here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, try this one. Go with their best receiver out of the game from the 35, 19 seconds left. Favre punts, throws, touchdown! Is there a spark of life in Green Bay? Touchdown! Yes! Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown, and there's number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record. Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper. Duper has returned, and he is super.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer. Janet says, stop it, Paul, please.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com. Use promo code LISTEN for a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. That's Stamps.com, promo code LISTEN.
Stupid interviews. Hey, you're a member of the Buffalo Bills. How does it feel?
Well, it's a blessing. Well, thank God. Going to try to do my best. It's a great organization. And I'll say the last 80 guys said. So, yeah.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
You're in Braves country.
You're listening live, and the scene is set in Los Angeles, California at Dodger Stadium for Game 4 of the National League Championship Series, where your Atlanta Braves have a 2-1 series lead in a best-of-7 series for the right to go to the World Series. Tonight, Huascar Ynoa heads to the Hill for the Atlanta Braves in a bullpen game for Atlanta, as the Dodgers will send 20-game winner Julio Urias, the only 20-game winner in Major League Baseball this year. So crack yourself open a cold one and grab an armchair. It's Braves, it's Dodgers in a pivotal Game 4 of the 2021 NLDS. Welcome, boys and girls. I'm Mac McGee, ready to bring you tonight's action. And the Atlanta Braves are trying to rebound from what was a very difficult Game 3 loss. If you missed that game, Atlanta held a 5-2 lead before blowing a 3-run lead in the bottom of the 8th inning when Cody Bellinger hit a mammoth shot over the right field wall that tied the game. Dodgers went on to score one more, and Atlanta fell in game number 3. Now, all is not lost. The Braves obviously still hold the series lead. The big question tonight is how they bounce back emotionally. A tough game to lose when you were just 5 outs away from what would have been a 3-0 series lead and almost an easy ticket punched to the playoffs, into the World Series, excuse me. But just as things can swing on a dime, if you notice in the Houston-Boston series, Boston had a 2-1 series lead. All the national prognosticators were saying that Houston was in trouble, that they were down, that they were out. Last night, not only did Houston come back and win in blowout fashion, they have a commanding lead tonight and look to head back to Houston with a 3-2 series lead. Right now, we'll keep you abreast of that. The game is on the ropes there in Houston, but it is 7-1 Astros over the Red Sox as they are heading to the bottom of the 8th inning. So Atlanta's hoping for a good performance by Huascar Ynoa. This is essentially a bullpen game. What are they looking for? What are they looking to get out of them? The Braves have said that they are hoping to get somewhere around 40, maybe 50 pitches out of Ynoa. I would tend to think that once the Braves go once through their order, Huascar Ynoa, unless he is pitching absolutely phenomenally, he will not have a bat this game. And we'll see what happens. Remember, tomorrow is win day for the Braves. Max Fried will take the mound in game number 5. So he's your ultimate stopper. And that game will be a bullpen game for the Los Angeles Dodgers. So your starting lineup for the Dodgers tonight when they grab the bats at the bottom of the inning, it's going to be Mookie Betts. He's hitting 300 in the series. Corey Seager playing shortstop, batting from the left-hand side. He's hitting second. Hitting third tonight will be Trey Turner, the second baseman. And Will Smith, the catcher, is hitting cleanup. Gavin Lux is back in center field and hitting fifth from the left-hand side of the plate. Justin Turner is back in the lineup tonight and batting sixth. And the man of the Los Angeles Hour, Cody Bellinger, batting seventh and playing first base from the left-hand side of the plate. Chris Taylor is the left fielder and Urias is the catcher. For the Atlanta Braves, the lineup looks a little different. We've got Dansby Swanson leading off. Freddie Freeman hitting second. Ozzie Albies third. Riley fourth as usual. But Eddie Rosario will be hitting fifth and batting left. Duvall will be sixth from the right-hand side of the plate playing center. And Jock Peterson is down in the seventh spot from the left-hand side. He's in right field. And in the eighth spot is the hind catcher, Travis d'Arnaud, with it looks like that they have changed it last minute. It was supposed to be Huascar Ynoa, but it looks like they will go with Jesse Chavez. So pardon the mistake there, but they had said that it was going to be Huascar Ynoa the entire afternoon, and they have now changed it to Jesse Chavez. So we'll see how that goes. Chavez, remember, has opened many games, and then what typically happens after that, Ynoa will piggyback. So we'll see how the Braves do approach this, as the Atlanta Braves are getting set to grab the bats, and here in just a second we'll have all the action here. And the Dodgers are heading onto the field in what is going to be a very interesting game number 4. Atlanta would love to get a commanding 3-1 series lead with Max Fried going to the hill tomorrow. But of course, it's saying here that Huascar Ynoa has been replaced by Dylan Lee on the NLCS roster. Ynoa was supposed to be the opener, but was scratched this afternoon with shoulder inflammation. So that is your answer. And I do apologize. I'm a little bit behind on that. I had to do some pregame prep, and I missed that memo. So it will be Jesse Chavez. When they've done this in the past, what typically happens is that they'll bring a piggyback. That piggyback may end up being the lefty Drew Smiley, and Drew Smiley, of course, would flip the bats around for the Dodgers, as the Dodgers are sending the same lineup that they had out for last night's game against a right-hander. They'll start against the right-hander, but Chavez typically doesn't go more than about an inning, sometimes 2 if it's a really quick inning. So there you have that, and we will keep you abreast of that. And the Braves are ready to take the field, and we have it ready to roll here as Chris Taylor, Gavin Lux, and Mookie Betts will be in the outfield for the Dodgers. We welcome all of Braves country joining us. I got a lot of feedback on DMs and whatnot last night, and I do appreciate the feedback about how everyone says they are sick and tired of the TBS broadcast. I have not heard it, but from my understanding, it is extremely tilted towards the Los Angeles Dodgers, which makes sense. It always is. Anytime you get these big market teams, they never want to see the Atlantas and the Houstons. Oh, how Major League Baseball is cringing with Houston and Atlanta possibly facing each other in the World Series. And I say, let's give it to them. So we are set for action. Dansby Swanson is stepping up to the plate. We get ready for first pitch of Game 4 in the National League Championship Series. And it is a curveball called for a strike right across the knees, and it's 0-1. Julio Urias on the year, 2.96 ERA and a 102 whip. The only 20-game winner in Major League Baseball. Here's the pitch, second pitch, and it's a fastball popped up high and into shallow right field. Mookie Betts is underneath it, and he will get the out. And there's one away here in the top of the first. Braves nothing, Dodgers nothing. If you're just joining us, we are trying something new out tonight, so we hope you like it, the sharing of the score screen. And we will bring you the play-by-play, but you'll be able to keep up with the action as we go. So here comes the first pitch to Freddie Freeman as he digs in, and it is a called strike. Fastball at the knees. It's 0-1. 0-1 delivery getting set for Freddie Freeman as Smith sets up on the outside, and it is a curveball dragged to the right-hand side, just foul the first base line. We'll do it again at 0-2. Urias has been such a good starter for the Dodgers. You got to figure the Braves are going to need a heroic effort by their bullpen tonight. The good news with Max Fried going tomorrow is that you would hope Fried could give you a solid 6 innings, if not more. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it's a curveball in the dirt, and it's 1-2. Ozzie Albies stands on deck. Freddie facing a lefty, Rosario facing a lefty is the bad news. The good news is Ozzie gets turned around to the right-hand side. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's a curveball in the dirt, and it's 2-2. You'll also have Austin Riley, Adam Duvall, all the power bats from the right-hand side hopefully can take advantage of facing a lefty and a devastating lefty in Julio Urias. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it is up in the kitchen of Freddie Freeman. He spins around, just misses. The ball almost hits Freddie, and it's 3-2. That ball came dangerously close underneath, just underneath the shoulder area. Not quite in the head area, more of the shoulder area. Here's a 3-2 pitch to Freddie, and it almost hits him again, and it's a walk down to first base. We got a one-out walk with Ozzie Albies coming to the plate. Braves get the one-out walk. Freddie 2 times almost getting hit by the pitch. He's having a little bit of a chuckle down at first base with Cody Bellinger, probably saying something to the effect of, what did I do to him? And here comes Ozzie Albies. He digs in from the right-hand side of the plate, open stance, and here's the delivery. It's a curveball high. They're going to call it a strike. It's 0-1. The Dodgers are playing Ozzie to pull. 3 defenders to the left of the second base bag. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is high and outside the zone. It's 1-1. Atlanta trying to get an early lead here. Ozzie Albies at the plate with 1 on, 1 out. Austin Riley on deck with Rosario in the hole. The Braves have broken up their left-handed bats, going lefty-righty down the lineup. And here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is a high fastball way outside the zone, and it's 2-1. Those two have missed right around the same area that it missed with Freddie. The only difference is Ozzie's on the other side of the plate. So Urias struggling to find the zone early. And here's the 2-1 pitch to Ozzie, and it is a curveball swung on and popped up high and shallow right field. Bellinger is actually going to corral it from the first base bag, running to the right field area. He gets an over-the-shoulder catch. Nice play by Bellinger, and there's 2 away. You see that more and more these days in Major League Baseball than I ever remember seeing years ago. The over-the-shoulder catch, something that's being perfected by the young players. Used to, ball goes over a guy's head in the shallow part of the infield or outfield, deep infield. It usually fell for a hit. Not anymore. They're all making Willie Mays catches. Here's the first pitch to Austin Riley. It's a curveball way outside and in the left-handed batter's box for 1-0. Curveball missing once again. Austin Riley batting .308 in the series. And here's they're going to throw back over to first to keep Freddie close over to first, as he is known to run when given the opportunity. So we'll do this again at 1-0. Urias digs in and fastball, and it's ripped over to the left-hand side of the infield. It is corralled by Seager. He fires it to second for the force, and that'll do it. There's 1 away. We head to the bottom of the first. Jesse Chavez is heading to the hill.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly, red Polly. Blue poncho, blue poncho. Dilly, Rambo, Rambo. Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Stop, Japan, Richmond, New York, Richmond, Florida, Cali, Buffalo. Check, hey, Short Ox, Luda, Raiders. Omaha. I'm out.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Challenge accepted.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Broadcast as the Atlanta Braves are set to take the hill. Wasker Inoa scratched because of shoulder inflammation. So Dylan Lee has taken his spot on the roster. They'll send Jesse Chavez to the hill. He's going to face Mookie Betts, Corey Seager, and Trey Turner to start the Atlanta bottom of the first, excuse me. If anybody gets on, Will Smith is the cleanup hitter, and Jesse Chavez, 2.14 ERA through 33 innings this year. First pitch from Chavez is a fastball right down the pipe, and it's 0-1. Mookie Betts has been just an absolute pest, getting on the base over and over and over again. And here we go. It's a fastball outside, and it's 1-1. Braves one pitch. It's a fastball at the knees outside, and it's now 2-1. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it's popped up. It's a can of corn in the infield on the left-hand side, and Dansby Swanson's got it, and there's one away in the bottom of the first. Braves nothing, Dodgers nothing. And like I brought up earlier, it is Drew Smiley who is going to be coming out of the Braves bullpen sooner than later. He's already warming up. Here's the first pitch from Chavez, and it is a fastball in the dirt, bounces off the plate, and it's 1-0. Braves lead the series 2-1. Here's the pitch, and it is fired, pulled across the infield, and Ozzie Albies makes a backhanded stab, fires it to first, and he's going to beat Seager out by about a step. An incredible defensive play by Albies, going off his back foot and against his momentum as he was heading towards left field. Great backhanded stab, and there's two away. Ozzie Albies, have yourself a play. Keep you up to date in the Houston-Boston game. The Astros lead the Red Sox 7-1. That game is in the 9th inning, and the Astros are threatening again. So here comes Trey Turner to the plate, batting 200 in the postseason. And the first pitch is a 1-0. The second one is low and outside the zone. Turner holds up, and it's now 2-0. That play got a ovation from Chavez off the mound to Aussies. Here comes a cutter on the outside part of the plate, and it is 2-1. Swung on and missed. 2-1 pitch from Chavez. He fires and delivers, and it is a sinker outside. Ball 3, 3-1. Will Smith stands on deck. Here's a 3-1 pitch, and it's a cutter popped up high in a major league fly, a major league pop out to shortstop. Dansby's got it, and we're going to head to the top of the second. Atlanta nothing, Dodgers nothing. The Braves grab the bats.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by the best things in life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Let me tell you something. If the U.S. government decides to stick a tracking device up your ass, you say thank you and God bless America.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball, as the Atlanta Braves are set to grab the bats here. And the game is tied 0-0 as we'll wait to see what the Braves end up doing in the bottom of the second inning. But as of right now, it looked like Smiley was warming up. So he may be coming out for the start of the second. They may wait till they get a little deeper in the Dodgers lineup. The Dodgers do have two more righties due up in the bottom of the first. So they might wait to bring Smiley in when the Lux Bellinger goes back to back. So we'll see how that works out. But Rosario steps up to the plate. And it's lefty versus lefty. Urias fires it down Main Street, swing and a miss, and it's 0-1. Atlanta nothing, Los Angeles nothing. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a nasty curve at the knees, and it's 0-2. Really tough customer to face, but Rosario does hit lefties well. So he's not really a hindrance from that side of the plate. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is hit high and deep, driven deep. Goodbye, baby. That's gone. Eddie Rosario gets the Braves off the mat early on with a 1-0 solo shot. He took that puppy to the left center field, and it was a no-doubter. It got out of here in a hurry. They were set up on the outside part of the plate, and he went with it. He might have been hunting that pitch. Rosario gets the Braves on the board first. I think that is enormous. 377 feet, but it left his bat at over 100 miles an hour. That thing was flying. So Braves lead at 1-0. And that'll bring up Adam Duvall to the plate. Here's the first pitch to Adam Duvall, and it's outside for ball one. 1-0 is the count. Looked like a fastball that missed just outside. Here we go on the 1-0 pitch from Urias to Duvall, and it's a curveball, low, just low, and it's 2-0. That looked like it was a fastball that they were trying to blow by Rosario, and he was ready for it. Didn't try to do too much with it. He stepped into it and just let the ball do most of the work, the speed of the ball do most of the work. So the Braves lead at 1-0, 2-0 pitch to Duvall, and it's a curveball, and he swings and fouls it off his leg, and it's 2-1. Astros are pounding the Red Sox right now. In case you're wondering about that game, it looks like it's going to head back to Houston. That game will be Friday night in Houston. It looks like Houston will have a 3-2 series lead. We could get a game 7 in that series. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it's a fastball outside the zone. Missing, it's 3-1. There's been talk about if the Dodgers go down 3-1, would they put Scherzer in? I can't imagine they would, because his arm was absolutely dead going off of 3 days rest and pitching. Here's a 3-1 pitch. Curveball just missed by Duvall. He hit it right off the top. It's fouled back off the catcher's mask. Anytime you see someone miss it just like that, you know they almost went yard, and it's 3-2. Scherzer had a dead arm coming out of when he closed. He pitched on a Monday, closed out the series with the Giants on a Thursday, then tried to start a game Sunday, and he said his arm was just gassed. He didn't make it out of the 4th inning. Here's a 3-2 pitch to Urias, and it is a fastball hit high, driven deep, driven far, and that baby is gone. Ramalama, ding dong, zip, boom, bam. That ball was crushed like an ant. It's 2-0 Atlanta. So much for the hangover effect. Jackpot. We're up 2-0. That's one way to hit them where they ain't, boys. You put it over the fence. Back-to-back solo shots from Adam Duvall. It'll be interesting to see how long they'll go with Urias. Remember, they pitched with Urias on short rest during the bullpen. It's probably going to get overshadowed, but I do believe some of the effects that the Giants put the Dodgers through, putting them through the ringer, helped the Braves out, because we're facing, and no excuses, because it's October, but they're facing a Dodgers lineup as that pitch goes curveball on the outside part of the plate. It's 0-1. But they're facing a Dodgers rotation. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's a fastball inside. He's missing the spot again, really close to where he almost hit Freddie, and it's 1-1. Jocktober with the 1-1 count. I was curious to see what the effect with Urias would be, as he was used in the pen earlier in this series. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is a curveball. Nice pitch right there across the belt, and it's 1-2. You can't get overlooked how we're all creatures of habit. When you're used to pitching on certain days rest and you take these guys out of that, that's the one thing that I'll say Snitker's done a great job about, is he will give his guys the rest and figure it out. So here's the 1-2 pitch to Jock Peterson. He rips it down the right field line. That ball just went foul into Bellinger's glove. We'll do it again at 1-2. Atlanta 2. Dodgers nothing. Here's the 1-2 pitch. And it is a slider at the ankles, and it's 2-2. If you're just joining us, no scoring in the first inning. In the top of the second, the Braves have gone back-to-back jacks to begin this inning. Travis d'Arnaud comes to the plate. As Jock Peterson is retired and Travis d'Arnaud comes to the plate, the 1-1 count from Urias, and the 1-1 pitch is fouled back off the mask. Will Smith will dial it up again at 1-2. The pitcher spot is due up next. If they're not going to run Chavez back out there, you would think they would grab someone from the right-hand side of the plate. Here's the 1-2 pitch from d'Arnaud, and it is pulled to the third base side. He is going to be safe. Justin Turner made a Brooks Robinson type of play over there at third and threw a rainbow. And it was a nice little play. Down the third base line, absolute rainbow, and it's going to be a base hit. It was hit deep into the third base side, and he, like I said, if you remember the old Brooks Robinson play, the 1970 World Series where he goes up the third base line and throws out the runner from first, but that ball was way up the line. Not a great throw, but would have been an impossible play to make. So the right call is made, and they gave him a single, and it's going to be runner on first. Camargo will grab a bat, and the switch in Camargo swinging from the right-hand side, 93 miles an hour, fouled back, and it's 0-1. Johan Camargo has not gotten a hit this year. 0 for 16 in the season, 0 for 2 in the postseason. Spent most of his time down on the farm. So they bring him off the bench, as it's expected that Smiley will come in and try to pitch an inning or two, as this is a straight Braves bullpen game. They hope to give the ball to Max Fried tomorrow. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's swung on, slider and miss, and it's 0-2. Braves 2, Dodgers nothing. Braves lead the series 2-1. We're just getting started here in the second inning. And here comes the 0-2 pitch from Urias, and it is fouled off the right-hand side of the infield, dribbled towards the dugout. We'll do it again at 0-2. Camargo, the first batter burned off the Braves bench because of the 0 for 18 effort he's had this year. He is a switch hitter. He can play all over the infield. That's why he's on the roster. 0-2 pitch is swung on, and it is dribbled over to the right-hand side. That's going to get Camargo at first, but Travis d'Arnaud is going to make his way up the second base line. He's safe at second. We've got a runner on second, 2 away. And it'll bring the top of the lineup with Dansby Swanson coming to the plate. Julio Urias, remember, he pitched out of the bullpen earlier in the series. You have to wonder if that had any kind of effect on him, much like it did with Max Scherzer. So there's been talk about could Scherzer pitch tomorrow. I think they would have to be absolutely insane to pitch him tomorrow. He said he had a dead arm. You're the Dodgers. You almost want to save him for a game 7. You don't have that luxury maybe, but here's the first pitch to Swanson. It's a slider that falls off the table, swung on and missed, and it's 0-1. The way the Braves are set up, we'll send Max Fried to the mound tomorrow. Off day on Friday and Saturday, if need be. It's expected that Ian Anderson would take the mound. And if there's a game 7 on Sunday night, it'll be Charlie Morton. Here's the 0-1 pitch, another slider down and missed low, and it's 1-1. Braves grab an early 2-0 lead. A nice change from the previous 2 games. Had to climb out of early holes that were 2-0 as well. The Dodgers scored in the games 2 and 3. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is in on the fist. Changeup popped high, but harmlessly into left field. Underneath it is the left fielder, Chris Taylor. That'll end the inning, but not before. Atlanta takes a 2-0 lead. We'll be back in a flash, Braves country. You're listening to Braves Baseball. Armchair Quarterbacks Radio covers the whole SEC the whole season long.
Dobbs heaves it. They're bunched up in the end zone. It's tipped up. It's caught. It is caught. Jawan Jennings.
Just the start of things. First quarter at the Gator Bowl in Jacksonville. And Walker digs to the right. Gets outside. The 35. Look out. He's past midfield and he's got a blocker. Cuts to the inside. Herschel Walker. There he goes again.
Straight up the middle. Touchdown. Delayed reaction, but Tebow got in. Oh, jump pass. How about that? Oh, it's like 1955. Holy cow. Are you kidding me?
Armchair.
SEC! SEC!
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
Tell you one thing, that's 3 holding penalties on one football team in a quarter and a half. That ain't funny.
Welcome back here to Braves Baseball. Mac McGee bringing you the action. The Atlanta Braves, if you're just joining us, scored 2 runs in the top of the second inning. We've taken a 2-0 lead as the Dodgers are grabbing the bats. We're getting set for what should be Drew Smiling coming onto the mound. He'll face Will Smith from the right-hand side of the plate, Justin Turner, and then the left-handed hitting Gavin Lux. If anyone gets on base, it's our old nemesis, Cody Bellinger. So Drew Smiley was 11-4 and a 3.44 ERA on the year. Really pitched pretty well. He was a one-year free agent signing by Atlanta, but he's come out of the pen a lot in his career, coming over from the Giants. So he is not new to a bullpen game. Here comes the first pitch from Smiley, and it's a curveball inside, and it's 1-0. Will Smith batting .313 in this postseason. 1-0 pitch, and it's a curveball at the knees, and it's 1-1. It is a final. The Astros take care of the Red Sox 9-1. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's a curveball in the dirt, and it's 2-1. So that series will head to Houston Friday night. And here's the 2-1 pitch from Smiley, and it is a fastball fouled back into the seats, and it's 2-2. Will Smith facing Drew Smiley. If you're just joining us, Wasker Inoue was supposed to start as the beginning of the bullpen game. He had shoulder inflammation, has gone on the IL. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it's a grounder to Smiley off the mound. Smiley's got it, grabs it, fires it down to first, and there's one away in the Dodger second. So Inoue is taken off the NLCS roster. Dylan Lee, the lefty, was added, who spent the entire season in the minors, essentially. Has not pitched in this postseason. He's really a long man. He's really a guy that if the game were to get out of hand one way or the other, that's when you would see a Dylan Lee. Here's the first pitch to the left-handed Lux, and he looks confused, but it is a called strike, and it's 0-1. Looked like it was a cutter right at the knees. And cutter right outside off the knees, and it's 1-1. So with the change of the batting of the pitcher, they did change the lineup. Lux will hit in front of Justin Turner and then Bellinger. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is a curveball, and it's a good one. It's 1-2, right across the center of the strike zone and at the knees. So here's the 1-2 pitch, set up outside, curveball in the dirt, bangs the plate, and it's 2-2. Astros 9, Red Sox 1. That series is now 3-2. Houston heading back to Houston on Friday night. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Lux, and it is ripped foul towards the Braves dugout. We'll do it again at 2-2. Braves 2, Dodgers nothing. Bottom of the second inning. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it's a curveball way down low, bounces off the plate for ball 3. We'll do it again here at 3-2, a full count. Justin Turner's on deck. They flip-flop Lux and Turner in the order after the injury to Inoue. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and it's a fastball hit high, hit deep to center field, and it is caught off the wall At the top of the wall, Adam Duvall looks like he might have stole a home run. Have to see the replay on that, but he at least stole a double. That was an incredibly athletic play by Adam Duvall. He goes back left center area and he jumps, and that ball would have hit just the top of the wall. So it probably wouldn't have went out. It might have. It was one of those iffy ones. But thankfully, Adam Duvall's glove was there. Could this be the Braves' night? Here's the first pitch to Justin Turner, and it's wide and outside for ball one. Unbelievable athletic play by Mr. Duvall. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's a curveball smoked down the left field line just over Austin Riley's head. It will go foul, just foul. The Braves are playing the pull. He was cradling the line. Is just out of the reach of Riley as he skied as high as he could go. Just missed that ball. Couple of hard hit balls by the Dodgers. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Smiley, and it is 80 miles an hour, popped up and back over the first base seats. We'll do it again at 1-2. Atlanta 2-0 is your lead. A 1-2 pitch to Justin Turner, and the 1-2 pitch is a fastball hit high and deep down the right field line, curving, just goes foul. Drew Smiley living dangerously. They're showing that replay again. And what an incredible defensive play by Duvall. Here's a slider fouled back by Turner again, and we'll do it again at 1-2. 17 pitches on the inning for Drew Smiley. Has not given up a base runner, but has had 3 balls hit very hard. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is a slider in the dirt, bangs in front of the plate, and it's now 2-2 to Justin Turner. On deck is Cody Bellinger. Braves lead at 2-0 off of 2 solo home runs in the top of this inning. Dodgers trying to answer. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Smiley, and it is a slider down low at the knees, fouled back, and we'll do it again at 2-2. Bottom of the second inning, 2 away. 2-2 count. The Braves lead by 2. Deuces wild as Drew Smiley fires and delivers, and it is a grounder pulled over to Ozzie left of the second base bag. He fires it over to first, and we get the out. And the Braves head to the top of the third. They lead 2-0. We'll be back here in a flash in Braves Country Baseball.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Reggie Gillespie dives into the end zone. The winning points for North Carolina State. And the teams come together in the end zone, pushing, shoving between the pack and the heels as Gillespie has scored the winning points. His 5th rushing TD. But these teams need to be separated. The emotion boils over on the last play of the game as Gillespie goes to the end zone. And it's a sea of Carolina blue and state red.
And Carruthers gets into it, and they've doused him, and now we've got a big brawl out on the field. Marring would have been the 200th victory for Bobby Bowden. Look at this. That's an ugly mess down there. This is ugly. Trying to get it cleared up down there, although there's still some bodies flying around.
ACC football, backyard brawls all year long.
I'm up. Take his pick of the draft. Fifth pick, 6th round. TJ Hoshimazode. Yes. Lock it up.
Who? What?
TJ, how's the vanilla? All right. TJ, who's your mama?
Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Hushmanzada from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Hoshimazode. Got it. Championship.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
This is Jim Rome. Join me in the jungle for your phone calls and the biggest names in sports. Stop by weekdays, noon until 3 Eastern, 9 to noon Pacific.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead 2-0, and they'll grab the bats. Due up is Freddie Freeman, Ozzie Albies, and Austin Riley. Julio Urias will go back out to the mound. He's thrown 38 pitches through 2 innings, giving up 2 solo home runs. That ball's flying out as Adam Duvall stole a home run off of Gavin Lux's bat. He went to the same area that Rosario did, but just hit it just a little further. And so we'll get going here as we've got a 2-0 lead. Freddie Freeman digging in. And first pitch is a curveball swung on and missed by Freddie, and it's 0-1. Braves lead the series 2-1. The Dodgers are in a right-handed pull, or left-handed pull to the right-hand side of the infield shift, and the 0-1 pitch is a curveball way outside the zone, and it's 1-1. Game 5 is tomorrow night, same time, 8:00 Eastern. 1-1 pitch to Freeman is at the ankles, and it's 2-1. Look like the changeup. Two-one pitch to Freddie. Urias fires and delivers. A fastball hit high, hammered deep, hammered far. Goodbye. That baby is gone. Jackpot. The third solo home run of the night for the Braves. And the Atlanta Braves lead the Dodgers 3-0. Freddie was looking dead red, and he got it. Got that ball up in the air. That ball is carrying tonight. I don't think 3 runs will be enough, but you got to love Atlanta jumping out front early. Urias. Braves are all over him tonight. He got that ball up, and Freddie hit it about 3. Here's the first pitch to Ozzie, and he rips it down the left field line. They're going to call that just foul. I mean, just foul. That was almost a double for Ozzie. Turner went diving for it, and it just took foul. That almost looked like it might have went over the third base bag, but it's hard to tell because of the camera angle. So we'll do it again at 0-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Ozzie, and it's a curveball outside. He swings at it and hits it foul, and it's 0-2. Ozzie's 0-1 with the pop out. He's trying to get into the home run party. Freddie hit that ball about 6 or 7 rows back into right field. That ball is flying out tonight. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is a curveball, banged foul to the Dodgers dugout, and we'll do it again at 0-2. Game 5 tomorrow night, 8 o'clock Eastern. If there is a game 6 in Atlanta on Saturday, we'll all have to do with what happens in Houston and Boston on Friday night. If they go to a game 7, the Braves will play at 5 if necessary. Here's the 0-2 pitch, a fastball, and it's fouled back up against the screen, out of play, and it's 0-2. But if the Astros finish off the Red Sox, the Braves and Dodgers in a possible game 6 would take place Saturday night. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is swung on, and it is a soft liner hit over to Seager. Seager's got it, and it's the first out of the 3rd inning. 1 away. Braves lead it 3-0. Braves lead it 3-0. It always dumbfounds me how these Major League Baseball managers have time for interviews during an inning. They're talking to Snicker right now, and I don't think I would have the patience to do that. The game's going on. No way. Here's the first pitch to Riley, and it's at the shoes. It's 1-0. There's no way you would get Bobby Cox to go out there and answer those questions in the middle of an inning. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Riley, and he is smoked. Foul down the third base line into the crowd. That ball ricocheted. It hit up off the facade in the third base foul area, came rifling back into the crowd. Must have banged about 50 feet off the carom. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Riley, and he swings over the top of the slider, and it's 1-2. Braves trying to get something going again here, leading 3-0. I've already scored 1 run this inning, and it's a curveball at the knees at Riley, just missed. Urias looked like he thought that was a strike as he started to walk off the mound. He'll have to do it again at 2-2. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Urias, and it's a curveball at the shoes, missed low and inside. They'll do it again, and this time full count. If the Braves make it that far, we will have the coverage here. The World Series begins. No matter who the teams are, no matter how quickly. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and it's grounded to third over to Justin Turner. He's going to toss it over and get Riley by about a step and a half. The ball did bounce on the ground, but good play by Bellinger at first, and there's 2 away. No matter what the combination in, and no matter how many games the rest of these series go, the World Series is set to begin Tuesday, this coming Tuesday. You'll have games on Tuesday, Wednesday, an off day on Thursday. They'll play Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and an off day on that Monday. Here's the first pitch to Rosario, and it's low, but it's called for a strike. It's 0-1. Game 6 and 7 would fall on a Tuesday and Wednesday. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a fastball inside at the knees. Nice pitch by Urias, and it's 0-2. Rosario hit a solo shot over the left field wall his last time up. Urias trying to get out of this inning. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Smith sets up outside again, and it is a curveball, this time in the dirt, and it's 1-2. One-two count to Rosario. Dodgers fans on their feet, and it's curveball, and it swung on, hit hard down the right field line, and it's going to get over Betts' head. Rosario's booking, headed to second. Betts bobbles the ball, and Rosario is going to keep on trucking. He gets to third in a diving slide. He's safe under the tag. Unbelievable hustle by Rosario. He's just a double and a single away from the cycle, and we're in the third inning. Great hustle by Rosario. He roasted that ball. It rattled around like a pinball once it got over Mookie Betts' head. He was playing not shallow, but he definitely wasn't playing deep. It got off the wall and it caromed and it banged off his leg. He didn't get a hold of it initially. So Rosario kept going. You don't want to be the third out at third, but he got under it in plenty of time. They are going to intentionally walk Adam Duvall to get the lefty-lefty matchup of Jock Peterson versus Urias. I understand the strategy, but I don't know if I would intentionally walk to get to Jock Peterson as hot as he's been. So Jocktober digs into the plate, open stats, and he swings and misses. And it's 0-1. Looked like a slider at the knees. Jock Peterson loved to get Rosario in from third. But if he gets a hold of one, the Braves would have a huge lead early. In a bullpen game, you need every run you can get, right? Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a curveball outside the zone, blocked by Smith, and it's 1-1. Travis d'Arnaud would be next, and then the pitcher spot. Rosario's got a pretty good lead. Here's the 0-1, the 1-1 pitch, and it is a slider swung on and missed. And it's once again, it's 1-2 to Peterson. So Urias, once again, one strike away from getting out of this mess. Dodger faithful are standing and waving the blue rags. 1-2 pitch to Peterson. Here's the delivery, and swung on and fouled down the third base line towards the dugout. We'll do it again at 1-2. Good job of hitting by Peterson just to stay alive. Just barely nicked that ball. Fouled it backwards towards the third base line. Urias already at 61 pitches. You can't imagine he's going to be in this game much longer, laboring. Chance to get a hold of it. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it swung on and hit to center field. It is going to drop for a single, and here comes Rosario. He's going to score, and the Atlanta Braves lead it 4-0. 4-0 Atlanta. Dodgers have yet to go out to the mound to talk to Urias. You got to figure this is coming, because you're going to get Travis d'Arnaud coming up, a lefty-righty matchup with runners on first and second. There's two away. Urias looks upset that he didn't try to dive for it, but I don't think Lux had any chance of getting it. The ball was going to fall in front. Urias thought he was out of the jam, putting his arms in the air like, what happened? Kind of showing up as center fielder. That normally doesn't play well in a dugout. We'll see what happens with that. The Braves got the Dodgers on the ropes here, up 4-0. 2 on. Travis d'Arnaud singled his first time up. See if he can get another run across. So another run would be huge. The Braves spot is up next. Braves pitcher spot is up next, and you would think they would probably pinch hit. Here's the first pitch to d'Arnaud, and it's missed at 1-0. They do show Smiley on deck with the bat, but I can't imagine he bats if the bases get loaded. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's hit high and deep into right field just before the warning track, and it's a loud out number 3, but not before the Braves add 2 more. Atlanta 4, LA nothing. We head to the bottom of 3.
Yeah. Prognosis negative.
Smith corks one into right down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Ortiz into deep right field.
Touch the ball, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Little roller up along first. Behind the bat.
Armchair.
Room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Green. Here's the throw to the plate. Braves win.
Oh, wow. I'm pretty sure that's going to be there it is. Another flag on the play.
Multiple flags on the play. Holding. Offense number 97. That penalty was declined. Touchdown. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. Offense number 22. Penalty will be applied to the kickoff.
This is going to be one of the strangest calls.
That son of a... You playing against Dick this week? Yeah. Could be worse, man. When I played against him, he ejected all my players.
What? Armchair.
At its heart lie mythic contradictions. A pastoral game born in crowded cities, an exhilarating democratic sport that tolerates cheating and has excluded as many as it has included. A profoundly conservative game that often manages to be years ahead of its time.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. I don't know about y'all, but I can barely catch my breath over here. This is an exciting start to a game that everybody was in fear that Atlanta might be in the dumps, feeling the hangover of blowing a 3-0 lead, a 3-run lead, in game number 3. And instead, they've jumped out to a 4-0 lead as we head to the bottom of 3. We know this isn't over, but it's a nice start. Drew Smiley will come back out to the mound as he did not bat, so they'll try to get another inning out of Smiley. He'll face Cody Bellinger, Chris Taylor, and then the pitcher spot, which how Urias has pitched so far, I can't imagine he's going to bat. So he'll face Cody Bellinger. Bellinger digs in, the hero from last night, and it's a cutter on the outside part of the plate, and it's 0-1. Atlanta leads a series 2-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a slider swung on and popped high and deep out of play, well over the third base dugout. And we'll do it again at 0-2. Drew Smiley at just 22 pitches. Does look like the conversation that they're having with Urias, his night may be over. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Smiley, and it's low and in the dirt. Looked like a changeup, and it's 1-2. One-two pitch from Smiley to Bellinger. TDA sets up outside, and Bellinger pulls it on the ground over to Riley. Riley's got it, and he fires it over to first. Freddie makes the catch, and there's one away. Riley was playing in that shift. As they like to do, they'll pull Riley from third over to the second base area. That's more of a shallow right field, and they'll leave Ozzie just right of the second base bag. Tomorrow is set to be a Dodgers bullpen game. If they go down 3-1, once again, there's been talk of here's the first pitch by Smiley, and it's at the shoes, and it's 1-0. One 1-0 pitch, and it's called for a strike, and it's 1-1. One pitch from Smiley, and Taylor rips it over to third, but Riley's standing right there hugging the line, and there's quickly two away as he fires it over to first, and Freddie makes a nice catch in the squatting position. Kind of lost his balance, but perfect throw by Riley all the way across the diamond. Man, could that guy have played quarterback? Absolute hose on that young man. So there's two away in the Dodger third, and they will let yet Urias bat, it looks like, and he swings at the very first pitch, and it's a pop-up. Rosario looks like he's got it. He does. He gets underneath it, and that'll send it to the top of the fourth. The Braves will grab the bats. The Dodgers are hitless. It's 4-0 Atlanta.
He only has 3 rings.
Take the scenic route in the new Hyundai Santa Fe, the family SUV with available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you travel way off the beaten path. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Make 2021 your year. Learn with purpose with the Great Courses Plus. You'll have unlimited access to enlightening, engaging, in-depth video and audio courses on hundreds of topics taught by incredible professors. And you can learn anywhere, anytime with the Great Courses Plus app. What purpose awaits you? Find out today with a free trial. Sign up at thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio. Remember, thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Here's the first pitch to Freddie Freeman, hit high and deep into center field. It's going back. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Rama ding dong. The Braves lead it 5-4. Freddie Freeman comes through in a big way. He takes Josh Hader deep. The Atlanta Braves lead it 5-4 on the bat of Freddie Freeman. The crowd is going bananas. Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves, well, We lead it 4-0 as we head to the top of the fourth. Should be one heck of a finish here, one way or the other, but it's looking good for Atlanta so far as we are trying to take a 3-0 lead, a 3-1 lead, series leading a best of 7, which would make tomorrow night a closeout game possibly. The next game tomorrow night will have all Braves action all October long. So please like and subscribe. As Drew Smiley will grab a bat, so he'll stay in the game. And the first pitch is at the knees, and it's 0-1. Bit of a surprise, but with Atlanta leading, I think they're going to try to get another inning or so out of Smiley. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Smiley, and it's a curveball at the knees, and it's 0-2. The Dodgers will have the top of the order. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is swung on, grounded over to second. Trey Turner's on it. He flips it over to first, and there's one away. Drew Smiley will go take a seat and try to get a breather before he has to go back out and face Mookie Betts, the lefty Seager, and then Turner. Seager's been so dominating and devastating in this series. Figure Snicker wants to see Smiley face the lefty before he pulls Smiley. I do believe there would have been any kind of action on the pond if d'Arnaud would have reached last inning. You might have seen Smiley pulled. But here's the first pitch at the knees, fastball outside corner, and it's 0-1. Dansby Swanson batting leadoff tonight. He's 0 for 2 with 2 flyouts. Smith sets up inside, but the slider misses on the outside, bangs the plate, and it's 1-1. Braves 4, LA nothing. Top of the fourth, and it is a changeup missed high. Looked like it clipped the zone, but Blue had a different thought, and it's now 2-1. Julio Urias, by the way, 70 pitches already. We're just at the top of the fourth inning. They could run him out of this game early. It would affect the Dodgers tomorrow, who have a bullpen game set up. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it's a curveball. Nice pitch at the knees. Looked a little low, but it's called for a strike. It's 2-2. Braves 4, Dodgers nothing. If you're just joining us, it's been a home run fest by Atlanta. 2-2 pitch, fastball outside the zone, and it's now a full count. Eddie Rosario, Adam Duvall, and Freddie Freeman have all hit solo shots to give Atlanta a 3-0 lead. Then Rosario came home after getting a double. Here's a 3-2 pitch, and it swung on and missed. Curveball in the dirt on the outside part of the plate. And it's strikeout number 1 for Urias. And that'll send the batter Freddie Freeman to the plate. He's 1 for 1. A home run. Remember, he walked in the beginning of the game. So here comes the first pitch to Freddie Freeman. He took a fastball inside deep, and here's a curveball on the outside part of the plate. It missed, but they'll call it a strike, and it's 0-1. Blues having a wide zone out there, which could be beneficial to Atlanta if they take advantage. Here's the 0-1 pitch swung on and missed curveball outer part of the plate, and it's 0-2. Saw a statistic, a pie chart, a graph earlier today. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is fouled back up against down the third base line. We'll do it again at 0-2. It showed Mills's strike zone last night, and it was an absolute joke. Told you last night how much he was missing on the calls, and it was an absolute joke how bad his strike zone was last night. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Freddie, and swung on and missed. Fastball at the letters, and that'll do it. We'll go to the bottom of the fourth. The Braves lead by 4. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball.
You better get that checked out.
Better get that checked out?
I would.
What kind of a therapist are you? I'm telling you, I'm scared that something terrible is going to happen to me right away. You start looking for tumors?
I'm trying to help you.
I bet you're rooting for a tumor.
I think you better go.
No, I'm going, baby. I'm going.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
I'm up. Jake is quick at the draft. 5th pick, 6th round. TJ Hoshmazode. Yes, lock it up.
Who? What?
TJ, how's vanilla? All right. TJ, who's your mama?
Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Hushmanzada from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Hoshmazode. Got it. Championship.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball, as the Atlanta Braves are leading 4-0. Still early on here in the game, as Mookie Betts, Corey Seager, Trey Turner, the top of the Dodger orders, heading to the plate. Drew Smyly will stay in the game. Mookie Betts 0 for 1. He has been an absolute pest in this series, hitting 400 in the postseason with the home run. Dodgers have yet to have a base hit. Braves with 6 and 4 runs, 3 home runs. You're just joining us. Duvall stole us. Home run over the wall, at the wall. Here's the first pitch to Mookie, and it's 1-0. 1-0 pitch from Smyly, and it is a curveball at the knees, called for a strike, and it's 1-1. Braves would love to get a few innings here out of Smyly. He was Brave starter all season long. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is ripped into left field, but on a line to Rosario, right place, right time. And there's one away. That ball was a hot shot. Braves had the defense played perfectly. Rosario only had to come in a few feet. So far, keeping the Dodgers bats at bay. Here comes Corey Seager, the dangerous lefty. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Seager, and it's low for ball one. 1-0 the count. Smiley gets a new ball, ready to roll. The 1-0 pitch is a curveball, just missed the strike zone, and it's 2-0. When he can drop that in the zone, that is a nasty, devastating pitch, especially to lefties, and it goes into righties. Here's the 2-0 pitch and swung on out of his shoes. Seager trying to get his own solo shot, and it's 2-1 at the count. 2-1 pitch from Smiley, set up outside, and it drops in for a strike. It's 2-2. Two and fastball just below the knees outside, and it's 3-2. Just missed that outside. Here's a 3-2 pitch, and it is just low for ball four, and the Dodgers have something going here. Drew Smiley loses Seager, guy he was left in to face. We'll see how much longer the Braves will stick with Smiley. Smiley does induce a lot of double plays, so maybe he can get Turner, but Trey Turner is a very difficult double play matchup with his blazing speed. Here comes the first pitch to Turner, and it is a slider at the knees. It's 0-1. No movement so far in the Braves bullpen. So it looks like they're going to try to see if Smiley can give him at least one more inning. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Smiley, and it is roasted into left field. But luckily, Rosario's playing deep at the warning track, and he catches it. That ball was hit on a line. Second one that was hit hard to left field that Rosario's been right at. There's two away. Dangerous pitch right there. Turner just missed that. Got out in front of it just a little bit. So that'll bring the catcher to the plate, Will Smith, but he's not your everyday catcher, your ordinary catcher. He's got 25 home runs on the year. And here's the first pitch. It is called inside for a ball for 1-0. Slider just missed. Looked like it clipped the inside of the strike zone. Blue's been pretty erratic so far. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's a slider that misses low, and at the shoe tops, it's 2-0. Left-handed hitting Gavin Lux would be next. Here's the 2-0 pitch. And called for a strike at the knees. It's 2-1. Two one count. Runner on first. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it is a foul ball down the third base line. Do it again at 2-2. Runner on first, two away. The Braves pitching coach Kranitz is on the horn, talking with the staff down there, setting up the next innings or so, I would think. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it is low for ball three. 3-0 the count. 3-2 the count, excuse me. Gavin Lux on deck. Will Smith at the plate. Here's a 3-2 pitch. And fired and strike three. Right at the knees. Yak him. Sit him down. We'll head to the top of 5. The Braves lead it 4-0.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Nix again with 36 seconds left. Ball at the left hash mark. 2 wide out to the right, 1 to the left. Florida's got the big rush on Nix. He floats one in the end zone. It is called touchdown Auburn. Sanders caught it. Touchdown Auburn. Touchdown Auburn. Frank Sanders from Nix. Auburn's ahead. Auburn's ahead. Touchdown of 8 yards. Nix to Sanders. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Auburn has done it again. Ball game is over. I have seen it, but I do not believe it. Yes, the streak is alive. Auburn 36, Gators 33. Number 1 has fallen by the wayside.
That's not what he said, you ignorant wretch. Spanish is worse than your English.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay. Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball, as the Atlanta Braves have a 4-0 lead. Of course, we know from yesterday, no lead is safe. We've got a long way to go, but what a great way to get started. All you heard this morning was the national prognosticators saying how devastating a blow that was for the Braves to not hold that 5-2 lead last night, but it doesn't look like it has messed with their psyche. At least it hasn't messed with their bats, as Atlanta leads it 4-0, 3 home runs. And by the way, Julio Urias will come out again, so they're sticking with Julio. See how long. Here's the first pitch, and it is swung on and dribbled through the infield as Ozzie beats the shift, and we'll get a leadoff single by Ozzie Albies to start off this 5th inning. Nice piece of hitting by Ozzie. Nice little piece of hitting by Ozzie. He just went with the pitch. They were playing him in a full shift, so Turner had no chance. Trey had no chance of getting that ball. He tried to dive for it, but there was no real chance of getting that ball, especially with Ozzie's speed. And here's the first pitch to Riley, and it's at the shoe tops, and it's 1-0. Pitch to Austin Riley, and swung on and missed. Slider at the shoe tops inside, and it's 1-1. Atlanta 4, Los Angeles nothing is your score. Braves have the leadoff runner on in the form of Ozzie Albies with his speed. Urias fires it over to first to keep Ozzie close. 1-1 count. Here we go. Urias going to fire back over to first once again. We'll do it again. Ozzie does have 20 stolen bases on the year and 24 attempts. Ozzie looked like he was leaning too. That was a good job by Ozzie to get back because Urias had it picked, and they're going to throw it back over to first one more time. So he definitely has Urias's attention. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is a fastball high at the strike zone, swung on and missed, and it's 1-2. Eddie Rosario, who already has a home run and a triple, stands on deck. Urias throws a pickoff attempt over to Bellinger. It was kind of a balloon shot, and Bellinger had to leap off of first. Wasn't much of a chance of it getting past him because it was softly thrown, but he threw that thing high. It was nowhere close to the bag. Bellinger and Ozzie have a laugh. 1-2 pitch is swung on, and it's popped up. Can of corn towards right field. Looks like Betts will have it for the first out. One away here. Top of 5. That'll bring Eddie Rosario to the plate. Just got into the kitchen of Riley, couldn't extend. Slammed the bat down in frustration. The only game on tonight is the Astros have already beaten the Red Sox to take a 3-2 series lead. That series will head back to Houston with everything on the line for Boston Friday night. Here's the first pitch to Rosario, and he roasted into right field. And Ozzie's going to go all the way to third, first to third on a single. I mentioned this earlier. Rosario, he's just a double away from the cycle. And we're only in the 5th inning. Seeing that ball well he is off of Urias. There's runners on the corners. One away. And it'll bring Adam Duvall to the plate. Will they keep Urias in? It looks like they will. A bit surprising. Might be indicative of how worn out the Dodgers bullpen may be with the bullpen game looming. Roberts might be looking for any way to get through this game. So here comes the first pitch to Adam Duvall, and it is a curveball low at the knees, and it's 0-1. Adam Duvall, 1 for 1 on the night with the solo shot. He was also intentionally walked. And he also had the big defensive play, stealing a run from Lutz. So he's accounted for 2 Braves runs, essentially. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Duvall, and it is a changeup in the dirt, and it's 1-1. Runners on the corners. Braves lead 4-0. There's one away. Adam Duvall stands in the box. And Jocktober Peterson is on deck. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Duvall, and it is a curveball in the dirt inside, and it's 2-1. Doesn't look like there's a whole lot of movement down there in that Dodger bullpen. They're trying to get a lot of length out of Urias and just hoping he can keep them at bay. Prime opportunity for Atlanta to take advantage. Urias is up to 86 pitches. Keep an eye on that. Here's the 2-1 pitch from Urias. He fires it over to first. Try to catch Rosario napping. No such luck. We'll do it again at 2-1. Rosario on first. Ozzie on third. A sac fly would tie this up. And here's the 2-1 pitch. Curveball swung on and hit high and deep into center field. The wind's going to kill it a little bit, but it's going to be enough to get Ozzie to come up the line, and he'll score. They cut the throw off, and Rosario was halfway in between first and second, but there was no one playing the bag at first. So Rosario's going to just jog back down to first. Urias essentially blew the cover because with Bellinger going over to first, Urias should have went over to cover first. So Rosario knew that he had area to play with. The Braves lead 5-0. Bickford is now warming up in the Dodger bullpen. The throw was never going to get Ozzie. They keep showing the replay, but they was never going to get Ozzie. We all know how fast he is. So that'll bring Jock Peterson to the plate. He's 1 for 2 with an RBI single, continuing his incredible October. 400 this postseason, 3 home runs, 9 RBIs. Here's the first pitch, and it is a sinker, hard and inside, little high, and it's 0-1. Urias just wanted to make sure to get ahead in that count. That was right down Broadway. You don't normally see a sinker that high. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a ball way outside the zone, curveball, as Jock Peterson kind of showed bunt there, but not much going on, and it's 1-1. 1-1 pitch, fouled back, curveball. We'll do it again at 1-2. Braves 5, Dodgers nothing. Top of the 5th inning. Julio Urias now at 90 pitches here in the 5th. Sure, there'll be a lot of questions for Robertson after the game about why he left Urias in so long. He's given up 3 solo shots and 8 hits through 4 2/3. Trying to get through one more inning. He's going to throw a pickoff attempt over to first to try to get Rosario, but it was kind of a slow one. We'll do it again at 1-2. One-two pitch is the count. And fouled back. 4-seam fastball. We'll do it again at 1-2. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Urias as he gets a new ball, gets set. Wind up delivery, and it is a curveball swung on, strike 3. It's blocked at the plate, so that'll end the inning. Smith comes over and tags Peterson on the wallet, and we'll head to the bottom of the 5th. The Braves lead at 5-0. The Dodgers grab the bats.
Make sure when your shift is over, you go home alive.
Look at that. The Hendersons are getting a new fence.
Ah, who cares? They're swingers.
I want a new fence. That's it. We're never having sex again.
Need a home loan fast? At the American Bank of Los Santos, we'll help you get the debt you need to make life easier. We'll show you how to look richer and be poorer. You need to impress people fast, not in 20 years. It's only a risk if you get into money troubles or the economy changes. Call American Bank of Los Santos. Now that the kids have moved out and have drug problems of their own, maybe it's time to install a luxury marble wet bar so you can get drunk in private. American Bank of Los Santos. Why worry about tomorrow if you look inadequate today?
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Lose some weight.
Oh, come on, Quigley. Will you don't give me that?
Look at me. 92. And I still enjoy swimming, and golfing, and biking, all sports.
Whoopee.
That too.
Come on, after all, at your age, must be down to a handshake, huh?
Yep, before and after.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. Atlanta Braves lead game number 4, 5-0. If you're just joining us, RBIs by Freddie Freeman, Adam Duvall, and of course, Rosario, who he is just a double away from the cycle. Duvall has 2 RBIs. Rosario, Freeman, and Peterson all have 1 apiece. The Braves have put 8 hits on the board, 5 runs. Dodgers have yet to get a hit. In a bullpen game from Atlanta, it was started off, if you're just joining us, by Jesse Chavez. Drew Smiley has come in and pitched well in relief of him, and he'll get the ball again to start the inning. And in the first pitch is outside curveball, and it's 1-0 to Gavin Lux. Chavez and Smiley, the only 2 pitchers so far for Atlanta. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and swung on and miss. 87-mile-an-hour cutter, and it's 1-1. One pitch to Lux, set up on the outside of the plate, and it's banged to the plate for a ball. It's 2-1. Game 5 tomorrow night, 8:00 Eastern. We'll have the call. Here's the 2-1 pitch, swung on and missed. A nasty curveball, and it's 2-2. That's that nasty curveball that gives lefties fits from Smiley. When he's dealing it well, he's hard to hit. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Smiley, and it is a curveball, just missed on the outside part of the plate. We'll do it again, this time a full count at 3-2. Three-two pitch, and it is a curveball, swung on and fouled back behind the plate. We'll do it again, full count, 3-2. Smiley will sneak that four-seam fastball in there every once in a while. Predominantly, when he's going well, it's cutter curveball. That curveball almost looks like a slider at times. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and it is fouled again down onto the plate. We'll do it again at 3-2. Lux almost took the ball deep. His first at bat, Adam Duvall was able to steal it right at the top of the left center field wall. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and it's a foul ball. Fouled back up against the screen, and it's 3-2. Braves 5, Dodgers nothing. Rick Kranitz, the Braves pitching coach, is on the horn. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Lux, and he chases one outside the zone in the dirt. And it's the first out of the bottom of the fifth. That's going to bring the dangerous bat of Justin Turner to the plate. Justin Turner, Cody Bellinger, and Chris Taylor are due up. Braves 5, Dodgers nothing. First pitch to Justin Turner, and he shoots it the other way against the shift, and it's an easy single to right field to get the Dodgers going, one away. Bottom of the fifth inning. Cody Bellinger comes to the plate with Chris Taylor on deck. Bellinger, Taylor, and the pitcher spot due next. You can't imagine Urias would bat again. First pitch to Bellinger. He asks for time, steps out. Braves are in a shift. And here's the first pitch by Smiley. Set up on the outside, and it is a roasted into the left center field. Rosario's going to cut it off, but not before Turner makes the turn to third. So they'll have runners on first and third. A single by Bellinger. The Dodgers fans have woken up. Braves 5, Dodgers nothing, but here comes Snicker to the mound. We'll see if he's going to make a change or if he's just coming to talk to Smiley. Chris Taylor is due up, the right-hander. Then the pitcher spot. Drew Smiley is going to get pulled from the game. And so we'll take that break with them. We'll come back. The runners are on the corners. There's one away. And Chris Taylor heading to the plate. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern, Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Ariola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay. Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. If you're just joining us, it's 5-0 Atlanta, but the Dodgers are threatening. Chris Martin will come to the mound to face Chris Taylor, righty versus righty, and then it'll be the pitcher spot. If it goes any further, the top of the lineup rolls over. Chris Martin has struggled down the stretch, but they added him to postseason roster. Feel like he's got it figured out. He's got 1 inning pitched in the postseason, no earned runs. So we'll see what happens here. He is a ground ball pitcher, so couldn't induce a double play, but Taylor can fly. Braves are conceding a run here as they're playing back. Here's the first pitch to Taylor, and he swings at the first pitch. Jock Peterson's going to get it and charge. He's going to fire it towards home. Justin Turner's going to stay put. And the ball was difficult for Peterson to get out of his glove, but Turner had gone halfway, so there was no way for him to tag up. And there's 2 away. A bullet dodge for the moment. But here comes the dangerous bat of A.J. Pollock. A.J. Pollock will pinch hit for the starting pitcher, Julio Urias. That'll close the books on Urias. 5 innings, 5 earned runs, 8 hits allowed, 3 strikeouts. Chris Martin goes to deliver to the plate to Darnode, and it is down Main Street for a strike. It's 0-1. On the play, Bellinger steals first as they weren't really holding him to first. So now a single's going to score 2. In all likelihood, Bellinger can fly. So a single, no longer just 1 run, it would be 2. AJ Minter warms up in the Atlanta bullpen, but it's Martin for now. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a fastball inside, 95 miles an hour, just missing. It's 1-1. Braves trying to hold on to this. Martin being put into an odd spot here. Has struggled so much down the stretch. You kind of surprising to see him here, but here comes the 1-1 pitch, and Pollock shoots it into right field. The Braves were in a shift, and that'll cost the Braves 2 runs as 2 runs come across to score. And it's 5-2 Braves, but the Dodgers are off the mat. Braves love to play that analytics ball, but in a situation like that, you would normally play the defense back and honest. Instead, they had a shift going on, pitched him to the outside part of the plate, and it was tailor-made to just shoot it into right field. Kind of a head scratcher, but the Braves lead 5-2. It'll bring Mookie Betts to the plate. AJ Pollock is on first. base running, leading to the 2 runs. Martin fires it over to first to Pollock because he is a bit of a threat to steal. Mookie Betts digs in. Braves leading by just 3 now. Here's the pitch. And it is swung on and grounded over to short where Ozzie is playing, and that'll do it. He fires it over to first, gets Mookie in plenty of time, and the Braves get out of the mess, but not before the Dodgers score 2. Atlanta 5, LA 2. We head to the 6th inning.
You play to win the game.
Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. We dive into the world of fantasy football year-long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
It is played everywhere, in parks and playgrounds and prison yards, in back alleys and farmers' fields, by small boys and old men, raw amateurs and millionaire professionals. It is a leisurely game that demands blinding speed.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. Atlanta Braves lead at 5-2, giving up 2 runs in the bottom of the inning. Almost like they were playing a prevent defense a little early in the game for that. But nonetheless, the Braves do have the lead. While we're at it, let's go ahead and hit the birthdays for today. Mickey Mantle was born on this date in 1931. Of course, he's no longer with us, but you got to respect the mix. So, born on this date, 1931 in Oklahoma. Keith Hernandez, 68 years old today, of Mets and Cardinals fame. Dave Craig, Seattle Seahawks quarterback, he's 63. Juan Gonzalez is 52. And Willis McGahee, running back for the Bills and Hurricanes, he's 41. Here comes the first pitch from Bickford as he has been brought into the game. He steps off the mound a bit and goes to reset. And here we go. First pitch from Bickford to Travis d'Arnaud. And the delivery is a fastball, 95 miles an hour on the outside part of the plate. It's 0-1. Braves 5, Dodgers 2. Atlanta trying to find a way to take a 3-1 lead. In a best-of-7 series. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a slider that is wristed into right field for a single. Travis d'Arnaud. Great job just going and giving what the defense gave him. They were playing him to shift, not a full-on shift, but they did have him shaded to the left-hand side of the infield. So it was a diving attempt by the second baseman, Seager, but it just went past his glove, maybe a foot past his glove. And the Braves will start off with the leadoff single to begin the top of the 6th. And that'll bring the pinch hitter up, Orlando Arcia. He comes in for Chris Martin. So the book is closed on Martin. Here's the first pitch from Bickford, and it's called for an outside strike. Slider on the corner, and it's 0-1. Martin pitched 2 1/3 inning. Did not give up an earned run, but did give up the 2 runs inherited. Here's a slider poked to the right field, popped up high in the air, shallow. Mookie Betts is easily underneath it. And there's 1 away in the Braves 6th. Justin Brule warms up in the Dodger pen as he would get set to come in for possibly Freddie Freeman. See if he is actually ready to roll. Freddie Freeman is due up in this inning. He's on deck as Bickford is facing the 3rd batter. So this is where Robertson usually likes to shine with his bullpen, plays a lot of pieces. Here's the first pitch to Swanson, and it is a slider outside just off the corner, and it's 1-0. So the Braves have burned 2 pinch hitters so far, Camargo and Arcia. Still have some of their better bats on the bench. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Dansby, and he takes it for a fastball on the outside part of the plate, and it's 1-1. Bickford, primarily a fastball slider right-hander, throws a heavy 94-mile-an-hour fastball typically, mid-90s. Minter appears to be ready to roll in the Braves bullpen, so he'll come in the 6th. Here's the 1-1 slider, swung on and missed just off the plate, and it's 1-2. Bickford tends to live on that outside of the plate to right-handers. The Dodgers have Seager, Turner, and Smith due up in the 6th. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Swanson to Swanson, and it's fastball, 95 miles an hour, fouled back. We'll do it again at 1-2. Freddie Freeman on deck, 1-2 count to Swanson. Darnode stands on first. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is a slider fouled back off the right-hand side of the plate, and it's once again, it's 1-2. Swanson making Bickford work. The Dodgers playing Swanson to pull. The entire right-hand side of the infield is wide open as Bellinger is holding Darnode on first. Anything hit to the right could easily dribble through for a single. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is a fastball swung on and fouled underneath, back behind the plate. We'll do it again at 1-2. Smith was set up on the outside part of the plate. That ball drifted a little back over the plate, and Swanson just missed it. So we'll do it again at 1-2. 7th pitch of the at-bat. And it's a slider in the dirt, and it's 2-2. Just outside the zone. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Bickford. Sees works really slow up there on the mound. Here's the 2-2 pitch and the delivery. And swung on and missed, strikeout inside. And it's 2 away. The bat of Freddie Freeman. And they're heading to the mound. Are they ready to pull Bickford? Ozzie Albies is on deck. Will Smith coming to the mound. They are taking their time. It looks like the pitching coach is coming out to the mound to talk to him. It doesn't look like they're pulling him just yet, so maybe Brule is not ready to roll. And they are going to leave him in. So this was just to buy time in their bullpen. Maybe talks of pitching around him. Ozzie Albies stands on deck. Much more dominant from the right-hand side of the plate. Bickford would face him from the left, but Ozzie's not exactly a cupcake. So I don't know what the play would be here. You don't want to put another run on second. Here's the first pitch to Freddie, and it's a fastball down Main Street. It's 0-1. Braves 5, Dodgers 2. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Freddie. And it's a slider in the dirt. It's 1-1. Freddie 1 for 2 on the night with the home run. His second of the postseason. And the 1-1 pitch to Freddie and set up outside, and he rips it up the middle, but it kind of dies there. It looks like it skipped across the mound, and it was slowed it down enough for Turner to grab it. He tosses it to second for the force, and that'll do it. We head to the bottom of the 6th. The Braves lead by only 3.
The Almighty says this must be a fashionable fight. It's drawn the finest people.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long and your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Let's keep the Dodgers in Brooklyn. A house is not a home without some
Playoffs? Don't talk about playoffs. You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. And the Atlanta Braves been here before. They lead the game 5-2. So we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. We're going to be facing Corey Seager, Trey Turner, and Will Smith. If you missed it earlier, the Astros beat the Red Sox. So game 6 heads back to Houston on Friday night. And Houston leads that series 3-2. That first pitch will be 8:00 Eastern. Here's the first pitch from Minter to Seager, and the pitch is outside, but Seager went around and offered at it, so they'll call it a strike. It's 0-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Seager, set up on the outside, swung on and missed, and it's quickly 0-2. So if the Astros win game 6 in Houston Friday night, they head to the World Series. If the Red Sox win, they force a game 7 Saturday night, 8:00 Eastern. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Minter, and it's fastball way outside the zone, and it's 1-2. Seager been one of the more dangerous bats with 2 home runs in the series. He's 0 for 1 with a walk. Here's the pitch, and it is swung on and popped up high. Can of corn just past the second base bag, and Duvall and Swanson almost collide. Swanson makes the catch. Poor communication out there in the outfield. They're laughing about it now because they made the catch. Swanson saying basically, that's my bad. You made the call, but he may not have heard him. It is loud out there in Dodger Stadium. They almost collide. They actually do run into each other. Duvall, his glove hit Swanson on the head. They did make contact. Crisis averted. Here comes the first pitch from Minter to Trey Turner, and it's a fastball high in the zone, and it's 0-1. Swanson making a gesture like I didn't hear him. Very well could be. Like I said, they've said that crowd noise in Los Angeles has just been deafening. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is swung on, fouled back up against the screen, cutter a little bit inside on the zone, and it's 0-2. Will Smith stands on deck. AJ Minter trying to bridge it once again to the 7th inning to Matzik. Identical score of last night, 5-2 Atlanta. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Minter, and it's high and outside the zone, 96 miles an hour, and it's 1-2. We'll be here back again tomorrow night bringing you the action. Thanks for tuning in. Please like and subscribe and share. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Minter. He rocks and fires, and it is a fastball in on the hands, but it's going to go fouling back out of play over the first base dugout. We'll do it again at 1-2. Braves lead it 5-2, 1-2 count from Minter to Trey Turner. Mitchell's going to step off the rubber, regain his thoughts. Here we go again. 1-2 pitch, and it is fired on. Slider in the dirt, swung on and missed. Strike 3. The ball gets away a little bit, so Darnold has to throw it down to first, but they'll easily get Turner. Freddie squeezes it, puts his foot on the pillow, and there's 2 away. Atlanta leads this 5-2, just like a night ago. Can they hold on this time? Here's the first offering to Will Smith, and it's a slider swung on and missed just off the plate. Nice pitch by Minter, and it's 0-1. Looks like the Cat Man is getting warmed up again in the Dodgers bullpen. Tony Gonsolin is going to be coming on. Ozzie Albies, Austin Riley, and Eddie Rosario are due up in the Braves 7th. Here's the 1-0-1 pitch, and it is a slider in the dirt, 87 miles an hour, bangs off the plate, and it's 1-1. Atlanta jumped out to a 5-0 lead for the Dodgers, scored 2 in the bottom of the 5th to make it 5-2. Home runs by Rosario, Duvall, and later on Freddie Freeman. Here's a fastball swung on and missed for strike 2. It's 1-2. That was at the shoe tops inside. Almost a self-defense swing by Smith. Braves would love to have a shutdown inning here and try to put some more pressure on with the heart of the Braves order coming up. So it's a 1-2 pitch from Minter. He fires a slider in the dirt. It misses way low, and it's 2-2. If Smith gets on, the pitcher spot, Bickford, is due up as Pollock stayed in the game. That took Gavin Lux out of the game. So in center field now, it's what they did last night. Chris Taylor is playing center with Pollock and left. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it is swung on, grounded over to third. Austin Riley's got it, and he fires it over to first. That's out number 3, and the Braves get out of the inning unscathed, and we'll head to the top of the 7th. Atlanta 5, Dodgers 2. Albies, Riley, and Rosario grab the bats.
Now, if you want to crown them, but they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Against the blitz, touchdown, Florida State. Rock Preston scores the touchdown, and now it's Bowden's decision, and he sends Mowry onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Mowry ties it. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie.
A deep throw by Lawrence. A lot of contact. Justin Ross broke free from it. He's down in the end zone. Touchdown, Clemson. Justin Ross, a freshman wide receiver, big, rangy.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Sit shot.
It travels 60 feet 6 inches from the pitcher's mound to home, and it can cover that distance at nearly 100 miles an hour. Along the way, it can be made to twist, spin, curve, wobble, rise, or fall away.
Welcome back here to Braves Country, Atlanta Braves baseballs. We're bringing you the action here, and the Atlanta Braves lead it once again 5-2 in the top of the 7th inning. On this date, 1910, Colby Jack Coombs of the Philadelphia A's threw a 6-hit complete game shutout to give the A's a 3-0 series lead. They would go on to win. But the thing that stood out, he had 3 hits and 3 RBIs, and he was pitching on 1 day's rest. Colby Jack Coombs on this date, 1910. This date, 1969, the Mets had a ticker tape parade downtown New York City on Broadway. In that same year, the Mets, Jets, and the Apollo 11 crew, here's the first pitch to Ozzie Albies, and it's swung on and missed for a strike inside, and it's 0-1. The Mets, the Miracle Mets, the Jets of Joe Namath, Super Bowl III, and the Apollo 11 crew that reached the moon landing, they all had a ticker tape parade. What a busy year in New York City. Here's an 0-1 pitch, and it's a fastball by Bickford up in his kitchen, and it's 0-2. They're leaving Bickford in to face the heart of the Braves lineup. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Ozzie. And it is swung on, and it is popped up high, but harmlessly into center. Chris Taylor's underneath it. He's got it, and there's one away in the Atlanta 7th. Also on this date, 1982, Keith Hernandez hit a 2-run single to help propel the Cardinals to their 9th World Series title, a Game 7 victory against the Milwaukee Brewers, the famous Harvey Wallbangers. Austin Riley comes into the game. Riley 0 for 3 on the night, been a little silent at the plate. Here comes the first pitch from Bickford. It's a fastball fouled back, 94 miles an hour, a little too hot for Riley to handle, and it's 0-1. Braves fans will remember this date in baseball history as we get set for the 0-1 pitch to Riley. Here's the 0-1 pitch, fastball high and outside the zone. It's 1-1. Andrew Jones became the youngest player in the history of Major League Baseball to hit a home run in the World Series at 19 years old, also making him just the 4th rookie ever to hit 2 home runs in one game of the 96 World Series. The Braves would go on to win that game. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's a slider hit high and deep, but playable into left field, right on the warning track for out number 2. Riley slammed his bat and knew he just missed that. And I think Dave Roberts is going to go out and get Bickford. We'll see if that's the case as he's heading to the mound. And that is what will happen. Justin Brule's going to come in to face the left-handed Rosario. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Baseball. You're listening to Braves Country.
Max, a woman in my section wants to know if we do anything gluten-free. What do I tell her? Tell her she's not allergic to gluten. She's just masking an eating disorder.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers, Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. The Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert. A 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. We dive into the world of fantasy football year-long in your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
This helpful instructional message from the National Association of People Who Have Trouble Walking and Chewing Gum at the same time. Step, chew, step, chew, step, chew, step, chew.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 5-2, but are far from out of the woods here as we're just in the top of the 7th inning. Now, Rosario's coming to the plate, but Justin Brule, the nasty lefty, is coming up to face him. Remember, Rosario is just a double from the cycle. Here's the first pitch to Rosario, and he spits on it on the outside part of the plate, and it's 1-0. Atlanta trying to get something going here in the top of the 7th, and fastball down the pipe, swung on and fouled back, and we'll do it again at 1-1. That was a pitch to hit there. He just mistimed it, got underneath it. Rosario, no stranger to the cycle. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's wide and outside the zone. It's 2-1. Adam Duvall stands on deck. And if the inning were to continue, it would be Jock Peterson. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it is a fastball at the knees in the zone, and it's 2-2. Nice pitch by Brule. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it's swung on and missed, strike 3. We will head to the bottom of the 7th inning. Get your stretch on. The Atlanta Braves lead at 5-2. The Dodgers are heading to the plate.
We can't Ruby Dern your frazzle dazzle.
Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South Country, all NFL season long.
They hand it off Fournette. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow! Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that in. Plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go. 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. Empty set. Walk downfield, and that is Hilton again. 1st and goal.
Ebron, what a year for him. Eric Ebron, touchdown, Colts.
Slant, caught, touchdown, Marquise Lee, and he punts the ball into the stands.
Deep, and he's got it. Keelan Cole, touchdown, Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Cars from all over America come to find a new home in Florida, just like you. I moved here after the draft, football. I noticed there was one thing missing from this great town, a celebrity-endorsed used car shop. That's why I founded BJ's Used Autos. Every one of these beauties is freshly painted. They look brand new. We have new models coming in every morning, usually around 2 a.m. We can get you anything. And if you see a car of your dreams, tell us. We can acquire it for you. I've taken the skills I've learned as a pro football player to the used car business. Smash, grab, and run like hell. I'm tackling low prices with hot cars.
The bat is made of turned ash, less than 42 inches long, not more than 2 3/4 inches in diameter.
Take the scenic route in the new Hyundai Santa Fe, the family SUV with available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you travel way off the beaten path. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live. We're covering the NHL all the way through the Stanley Cup playoffs. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast. Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. Atlanta leads at 5-2. We're heading to the bottom of the 7th inning. And Atlanta will face Albert Pujols, who's coming in to pinch hit for the pitcher spot, and he'll face Minter. Minter will stay in the game. And there's the first pitch from Minter, and it's a fastball across the looks like the cutter right across the seams, and it's 0-1. Braves with a 3-run lead. Here's a ball rifled into left field. It's hung by Pujols. I think I said right field, rifled into left field. And he's on, leadoff batter on with nobody out. And that'll bring Justin Turner to the plate. Little surprising we didn't see Matzik. They might be saving him for the 8th inning. Pujols is going to come out of the game. Looks like Walker Buehler is going to run. The pitcher is going to pinch run. He does have good speed. And here's the first pitch to Turner, and it's inside, 1-0, fastball, missed off the plate. Minter doesn't come back out often. It's kind of strange that they have him out there. Luke Jackson is warming in the bullpen. You would have thought they would have went to the righty once they announced Pujols. Here we go. It's a changeup wide and outside, and it's 2-0. Braves 5, Dodgers 2. No, this isn't a recording. We're back again here in Dodger Stadium with a 3-run lead. And Cody Bellinger stands on deck. He's the tying run. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Turner. He digs in, and it is swung on and missed. Looked like the cutter right below his bat in the middle of the zone. It's 2-1. 2-1 pitch to Turner. And here's the delivery, swung on and missed. Cutter fell right off the table. Might have been a slider, and it's 2-2. Walker Bueller's on first. Turner's at the plate. The dangerous bat of Cody Bellinger on deck. Here's the 2-2 delivery. He winds up and swung on up the middle, but Ozzy's on it. He's going to grab it, step on the second base bag, fire it down to first, and we've got a double play. And now the dangerous bat of Bellinger is going to come to the plate with nobody on, and the Dodgers, not only do they get into a double play, it looks like Justin Turner might have done something to a hamstring. He's grabbing the back of his leg. I don't like to see anybody injured. He's grabbing the back of his leg. He took off running out of the box, was trying to beat out the double play. He had no shot of beating out that double play. About halfway down the line is when he starts hopping. When he starts hopping, he gingerly limped down the line. To his credit, he kept going, but couldn't go very fast. So it could be a cramp, but it looked like some kind of a hamstring strain. Obviously not a doctor, but I do play one here on YouTube. The trainer's walking him off. He is walking in under his own power. That doesn't look good for the Dodger faithful. As they show the replay, he's coming up the line. Like I said before, about halfway up, he starts dragging that left leg behind him. He's coming down the stairs, and Pollock and the trainer are helping him down the stairs. So we'll gather our thoughts here as Cody Bellinger comes to the plate. Dangerous man indeed. And this is why Minter was left in to get that lefty-lefty matchup against Bellinger. On deck is Chris Taylor and then Pollock. So it would set up, if they can get past Bellinger, to bring Jackson in to face the next three who are righties. Mookie Betts is after that. Here's the first pitch that swung on and hit deep to center field, but Duvall is on his horse and he makes the catch. Wow, what a play. Duvall has been outstanding in that outfield, and we all grab a sigh of relief. Woo! We head to the top of the 8th inning, Braves country. The Braves holding on to a 5-2 lead.
You just robbed a house. You have all this great stuff that now belongs to you, but you got this annoying pang of guilt nagging at you. Well, worry no more, because your friends at Cell Block Greeting Cards have the answer for you. Introducing our new line of petty crime thank you cards. Before you smash and grab one of our cards and leave it behind on your next heist. Choose from any of these fine heartfelt cards like,
thank you for the plasma TV.
Or,
thanks for the PlayStation, alcohol, and penny jar.
And,
don't use your toothbrush.
Or limited time, introducing,
I'm still in the house.
And many more sentimental petty crime thank you cards. Available at any back alley, shadowy parking lot, or
armchair.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay. Welcome back here to Braves Country. If you're just joining us, just like last night, the Braves lead at 5-2 in the 8th inning. Atlanta is going to bring Duvall, Peterson, and d'Arnaud to the plate as we get ready for the top of the 8th. Looks like Tony Gonsolin, the Catman, will come to the mound. On this date, 1988, Oral Hershiser and the Dodgers win the World Series in 5 games. Oral Hershiser getting the MVP. So he was the winner of games 2 and 5, pitching an outstanding playoffs, an outstanding end of that season. That was the middle of his scoreless inning streak. They knock out the A's. And then 2 years later, the Reds sweep the A's on this day, and that was the Nasty Boys team. So 2 bad days for A's fans on this date in 88 and 90. Here's the first pitch from Gonsolin to Duvall, and it's outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Duvall is 1 for 1, intentionally walked, sacrifice fly. Duvall digs in for the 1-0 pitch, and it is a splitter bang to the right side of the infield, but right where Bellinger was standing. The only spot you could hit it that a defender was even close to on that right side, and it's 1 away. Jock Peterson comes to the plate. If y'all haven't seen this before, Tony Gonsolin, he's a cat enthusiast, cat nut, whatever you want to call him. And he has cats all over his shoes. The other day he had fur. Now I don't see it, and I wonder if Major League Baseball might have said something to him to have all that stuff on his shoes. You typically can't have things that would distract the hitter's eye. Jock Peterson asks for time. It does look like he's wearing shoes that have cats on drawn on them, but the ones he had it on the other evening, there was fur on the tongues. Those appear to be gone. So here's first pitch to Jock Peterson, and it's a fastball, 96 miles an hour, high on the black, and it's 0-1. Braves 5, Dodgers 2. Jock digs in on the 0-1 pitch, and it is a nasty breaking pitch. Slider just missed. Foul tipped into the glove of Smith. We'll do it again at 0-2. Braves would love to add one more run, give themselves a little more breathing room. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is swung on, slider, banged foul, and we'll do it again at 0-2. At last look, Luke Jackson was getting ready to come into the Braves from the Braves pen. He would face the right-handed Taylor, Pollock, and Betts. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Jock, set up outside. It's a fastball, 97 miles an hour, way outside the zone, and it's 1-2. Braves holding on to a 5-2 lead, 6 outs away from taking a 3-1 series lead. If they can hold on, here's 1-2 pitch, and it's a slider banged against the plate, and it draws it even to 2-2. If Jock can turn on one of those 96 miles an hour, he could give that a ride. Gonsolin keeping him off balance right now. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it's another slider, and it's pulled to the right side, but they've got him played in a shift, and it'll be an out as it's grounded over. Turner, it's in a deep second, shallow right, and there's 2 away. Bringing Travis d'Arnaud to the plate. The pitcher spot is on deck. Jock Peterson continues to use that Anthony Rizzo bat that he says he quote unquote acquired when he was teammates with him in Chicago. It's kept him hot, and Rizzo has no problem with it. Here's the first pitch to d'Arnaud. Fastball, 96 miles an hour, just off the plate, fouled back, and it's 0-1. Braves lead this game 5-2. It's a slider off the plate in the dirt, and it's 1-1. Travis d'Arnaud gets on. The Braves still have a few bats they could pull from. Heredia, Pache, and most likely they would go with Adrianza. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is fired on the knees for 1-2. Look like the slider. And the 1-2 pitch getting set for d'Arnaud as he digs in, ready for the delivery. And the 1-2 pitch is a slider off the plate in the dirt. They'll do it again at 2-2. Adrianza has grabbed a bat. d'Arnaud does not get a hit or get on base somehow. He would probably lead off next inning. Here's the 2-2 pitch, fastball swung on and fouled back against the screen. We'll do it again at 2-2. Braves 5, Dodgers 2. If you're just joining us, a lot of fireworks in this game. Every one of these Braves Dodgers games have been nip and tuck, exciting baseball. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it's swung on, slider, and it's sent back into center field, and it's off of Mookie Betts' glove, who is now playing center field. Betts went over to center when Steven Souza Jr. came in to play right. And that ball will be off of Mookie's glove. It's been such a strange series. I would think that's an error, and it does look like they are giving him an error, but there's already been a couple of plays in this series that they have called hits that were errors. That ball was just sinking, and Mookie, I think, I don't know if he lost in the lights or if it just died on him much faster than he thought. Usually a very good outfielder. Here's the first pitch to Adrianza. He swings at the very first pitch, and he hits a harmless fly ball to left field, so that'll do absolutely nothing, and we'll head to the bottom of the 8th inning. The Braves lead by 3. Taylor, Pollock, and Mookie Betts are coming to the plate.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over, under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long and your DFS payouts. The only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, in your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Batter has only a few thousandths of a second to decide to hit the ball. And yet the men who fail 7 times out of 10 are considered the game's greatest heroes.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. Braves are 6 outs away, familiar territory of taking a 3-1 series lead. Same score as last night. So the irony is rich and thick here as we're going to get Luke Jackson coming to the. No, it looks like they've sat him down, and it'll actually be Tyler Matzik. So they'll set Tyler Matzik to the hill. Makes you wonder if they've lost some faith in Jackson or just wanted to give him a mental breather, because you've got righty. Normally this would be Jackson territory, but it'll be the lefty Matzik. Although he is difficult on righties as well. Matzik has that slider that cuts inside on folks. Here's the first pitch from Matzik, and it is swung on and popped up high. Can of corn on the right-hand side of the infield, and Freddie Freeman's underneath it. He'll squeeze it away for the first out. 5 outs away. A.J. Pollock comes to the dish. 21 home runs on the year, a .297 average. And, of course, Mookie Betts is on deck. We know how dangerous he is with Seager in the hole. We hope to not see Seager this inning. So Matzik, who comes in this game, 2.57 ERA on the year. The Braves are playing a pull on Pollock. He went the other way last time. Here's a slider in the dirt, almost hits Pollock in the foot. He jumps out of the way, and it's 1-0. Sure, Dodgers fans are right there thinking that's where you got to take one for the team there. Here's the 1-0 delivery coming from Matzik. And it's a slider at the knees, called for a strike. It's 1-1. Braves lead by 3. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. And it's a slider way inside. And it's 2-1. If Matzik can get through this, we would expect to see Will Smith in the 9th. Slider didn't quite have as much bite as it normally does. Almost had a curveball type action. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. And it is swung on, fouled back, and it's 2-2. 2-2 pitch to Pollock. They're showing down there in the Braves bullpen. Doesn't look like anyone's getting ready yet. Smith, Webb, Jackson, and Lee are available down there. Here's the 2-2 delivery from Matzik as they set up inside. He rocks and fires, and it is grounded over to Riley. Riley scoops it, shovels it over to first, and beats Pollock in plenty of time by about 2 to 3 strides. And there's 2 away with Mookie Betts coming to the plate. Mookie Betts hitting .378 this postseason. He is 0 for 3 tonight. Does have a home run Riley's played phenomenally at third base all year long, but specifically this series. They ask him to do so much going back and forth from shallow right / deep second to third base. Here's the first delivery to Mookie Betts, and it is a slider at the knees. It's 0-1. Corey Seager stands on deck. And 0-1 pitch. It's fouled off the foot of Mookie Betts. Looked like another slider. It's 0-2. Chris Taylor, by the way, went back to third base after the Justin Turner injury. That sent Souza to right field. Matzik sets up with his shimmy, gets ready to deliver, and it is a fastball high and out of the zone. They check down to first to see if Mookie went around. He did not, and it's 1-2. Braves clinging to a 5-2 lead. We will have the top of the order. Swanson, Freeman, and Albies due up in the top of the ninth. Maybe put a little more pressure on the Dodgers as we're about to hit the heart of their order. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it swung on and popped up high, but out of play past the first base dugout, about 4 or 5 rows back as the fans go diving after the souvenir. 1-2 pitch to Mookie Betts. Here's the delivery from Matzik as he gets the sign. Sets back, rocks and fires, and it is a fastball just inside. Looked like it could have been a strike. One of those 50-50 pitches, so it'll be 2-2. Might have just missed the zone. Can't have ice water in your veins if you're Mookie to take that pitch. It was way too close for most to take, that's for sure. That's what makes him one of the best there is, I guess. That batter's eye. Here comes the 2-2 pitch, and it is a slider swung on and knocked foul. And it's 2-2. Two pitch to Mookie. See, digs in. Matzik with a long, slow delivery this time out. There's times he comes out where he works very fast. There's other times where he's in slow motion. Here's the 2-2 pitch. It's high and outside the zone. Ball 3. So here we go. 3-2 pitch. Here's the delivery. Wind up in the throw. Slider in the dirt. Yak him. Strike him out. And that'll end it. We head to the top of the 9th inning. The Braves lead it by 3.
It all starts with just one thing. Get to know your local beekeeper. You can make sure they don't use chemicals in the hive, that they only sell surplus honey, plus locally produced honeys have a smaller carbon footprint. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Follow us anytime on Twitter. Our handle is @CBS Sports Radio.
You've got the winning run on second base. You've got 3 very good outfielders. ready to deploy their arms. A very good base runner in Dansby Swanson, one of the best closers to ever do it in the postseason on the hill. And Eddie Rosario, who is 3 for 4, he stands at the plate. And you can't pitch around him because Freddie Freeman, though he's been a little cold, stands on deck. So let's do it. Here's the first pitch from Jansen. He does that little shimmy on the mound, winds up, and the first pitch is swung on, and it is rifle neck up the middle. It's going to score. It's going to, Dansby Swanson's going to come around. It came off the glove. The Braves win. The Braves win.
Baseball has nearly all the qualities and the narrative that the country has. It's competitive. It's spirited. It's got the joshing, and it's got the intellectual side, the great students of it. But it's also got labor unions and management and gimmicks and promotion and venality and great public fools in baseball and great public heroes and self-serving people and generous people. And it has pride and unity of town and of country, and it'll do for a figure for the American system.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves just 3 outs away defensively from going up 3-1. Now we still have the top of the 9th. We'd love to add a little to this lead. Make it a boring inning in the 9th. When it's a 3-run lead, we all know it doesn't take long for a rally to get going, and that crowd is looking for an excuse to get up and make some noise. Atlanta's going to send the top of the order, and it looks like Tony Gonsolin will be back out there. See, he typically goes multiple innings for the Dodgers. With them trailing, they're going to save every arm they can for tomorrow. Here's the first pitch, fastball across the letters, called for a strike. It's 0-1. Oh, 1 pitch from Gonsolin. And it is a single shot into center field, just past the outstretched glove of Seager. And Dansby Swanson, in the teeth of the shift, gets a single. That ball was hit on a rope. Frozen rope into left field. One hopper. And here we go, Braves country. Let's get some runs, boys. Hit them where they ain't. That's going to bring Freddie Freeman to the plate. 1 for 3 with a walk, a solo jack. He's going up against a full-blown shift. Anything to the left side of the infield is going to be at least a single. And there's time called. You wonder if this means that they're going to pitch Freddie inside, but I mean anything. The closest person to third base is the shortstop, Seager, and he's standing about 5 steps away from the second base bag. So anything to the left-hand side is wide open. As they're just trying to keep Freddie in the park. Gonsolin fires it over to first to keep everybody close, and first pitch is call it at the knees. It's a splitter. It's 0-1. Braves 5, Dodgers 2. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's in the dirt, splitter, and it's 1-1. throw over to Dansby once again, who's leaning off first, trying to get something going here. We'll do it again at 1-1. Freddie digs in. Gonsolin gets the sign. He rocks back and fires a ball on the outside part of the plate. And Dansby Swanson's going to steal. He gets into second. Does he stay on the bag? They tried to hold the tag. It looks like Swanson got under the throw, and it looks like he stayed on the bag, excuse me. But I'm sure we'll get a replay here. Dansby didn't get the best jump. His foot did come off the bag, but whether or not the tag was held, I don't know. They're going to review that, I would think. He might have kept his foot, his hand on it as his foot slid across. It looked like it came up. So we'll see. I would think we're going to get some kind of a review. He come across the bag and his momentum carried him past the bag. It looked like Seager kept the tag on, but then it came off his knee for a second. And as it did, Dansby grabbed the bag with the back of his hand. He might have gotten his hand back onto the base before they could reapply the tag. That is such a bang, bang play. Typically, you would say there's not enough there to overturn. But I think we all know how New York is, and we all suspect that there's a little bit of bias there. But we wait for the original call was safe. He came off the bag, but it looked like that the tag came off of Dansby's knee, and by the time it was reapplied to his midsection area, which, by the way, there's an umpire standing there right there watching the whole thing, and they are going to call it safe. So believe it or not, they are going to call it safe. That has gone against us so many times, but they will call this one safe. I don't think there was enough to overturn. It was so close, and they had good angles. I'll give them that. Here in the playoffs, the camera angles have been outstanding. Much different than the regular season where you only have a handful of cameras per se. I mean, they've got it on every single angle. And what it looked like is as Dansby's leg came off the bag, that's about the time that Seager did not have the tag applied to his leg. So by the time he hit his midsection, Dansby had grabbed the second base bag with his hand. Here's the first pitch, and it is swung on, and it is hit into right field. It's going to bounce over the wall, but that'll be a ground rule double by Mr. Freddie Freeman, and we lead it 6-2. All that confusion, Freddie just sat there and said, "I'm ready, baby." And he hit one over it bounced right in front of the foul pole in the right field line and then hopped over the fence. Fans were fighting for it. I don't think any fans over there are going to throw that ball back. A playoff baseball, even if it's from the other team. Looked like a Dodger fan grabbed it. That'll be on eBay within minutes. Here comes the first pitch to Ozzie, and it's wide outside the zone. 1-0. Looked like the slider that missed. Braves 6. Dodgers 2. Trying to tack on another run any way they can. Freddie stands at second, and there's nobody out. So if they can play get him over, get him in, we could have a 5-run lead plus going into the bottom of the ninth. As it stands right now, a 4-run lead and 3 outs away from taking an unthinkable 3-1 series lead over the evil empire of the Los Angeles Dodgers. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Ozzie Albies as Gonsolin steps off the rubber a couple of times, and here he goes. 2-0 pitch, and it is a slider missed outside, and it's 3-0. 3-0 pitch to Ozzie. Austin Riley is on deck with Rosario in the hole. Here's the 3-0 pitch, and it is a splitter inside, missed, and that is ball 4. Atlanta now has runners on first and second. Nobody out. 1 run in already. A 4-run lead. The dangerous bat of Austin Riley to the plate. It looks like Gonsolin's out there by his lonesome. He's going to have to take one for the team, so to speak, because the Dodgers are going to be down to an elimination game tomorrow. They've been in this spot before. They were down 3-1 to the Braves last year. Difference is this year, the Braves have a much better starting pitching rotation, and they'll have an actual home field advantage if the game goes 6. So here we go. 6-2 is your score. Austin Riley digs in for the first pitch. There's a bit of delay. Gonsolin was having a powwow on the mound, so here we go again. Here's the first pitch from Gonsolin, and it is a splitter, swung on and missed just outside the zone, and it's 0-1. Braves 6, Dodgers 2. Gonsolin, 26 pitches into the outing. Came back out for another inning. He steps off the mound again. I don't know if he's trying to buy time or looks like he's blowing into his hand. A little chilly as the sun goes down in the desert in California. So here comes the 0-1 pitch, and it is called for an inside strike, kind of a generous strike zone, but you'll get that when it's a 6-2 game in the 9th and it's 0-2. Max Fried is your starter tomorrow. He can end it all if the Braves hold on here. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and his strikeout. Never got the bat off his shoulders. And there's one away. Eddie Rosario. Once again, Eddie is just a double away from the cycle. Can we get that tonight? Wouldn't that be something? A team that everybody has scoffed at throughout the entire playoffs, laughed at in June and July. Can't tell you how many people told me to give up on these Braves. And here we sit, 3 outs away from taking a 3-1 lead in the National League Championship Series. Here's the first pitch to Rosario. It's wide and outside the zone. Fastball, 94 miles an hour, just off the plate, and it's 1-0. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's way off the plate. Swung on and missed, and it's 1-1. Splitter. Just off the plate. Runner on first. Runner on second. Ozzie's on first. Freddie's on second. Rosario. Can he get the unthinkable? Can he get the cycle in a playoff game? Wouldn't that be something? Here's the 1-1 pitch. Gonsolin digs in. Here's the delivery. Gonsolin bouncing around, almost like he's scared to throw it. Here's a go, and it's hit high. It's hit deep. Goodbye, baby. That's gone. Ramalama, ding dong, zip, boom, bam. Jackpot! The Atlanta Braves lead this game 9-2. Home run number 2 by Rosario. He said, to hell with the cycle. I'm just going to go ahead and hit me another dinger. 9-2 is your score, and the Atlanta Braves are now just 3 outs away with a 7-run lead. You look at the big picture, we're 30 outs away from the World Series. Too bad you can't save some of these runs for tomorrow. Here's the first pitch to Duvall, and it's a slider on the outside part of the plate, and it's 0-1. Rosario absolutely tattooed that ball, crushed it like an ant. Fastball called for a high strike at the letters, and it's 0-2. Still just 1 away with Darnode up and Jock Peterson coming to the mound. Here's swung on and missed strike 3. And that'll bring Jocktober to the mound. Jocktober comes to the plate, excuse me. It's 1 for 4 on the night, does have an RBI. 333 in the series. And here we go. 364 in the playoffs. And it's a curveball in the dirt. It's 1-0. It was perfect timing by Rosario, by the way. Just kept his hands back. This man has been an unsung hero. Remember, he was being pulled out of the lineup when Jorge Soler got COVID and was put back in the lineup. How different may these playoffs be? Here's the 1-0 pitch. Fastball blown by Peterson on the outside part of the plate, and it's 1-1. I would tend to think that would mean you could probably sit Will Smith down unless you just want to get him some work. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's swung on, curveball, and it's 1-2. Number of arms you could put in now. The commanding 9-2 lead. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's fouled off inside. Do it again at 1-2. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Peterson, and it is swung on. Strike 3. And that'll end the inning, but not before the Atlanta Braves add 4 more and take a 9-2 lead to the bottom of the ninth. We're 3 outs away from closing this puppy out. We'll be back in a flash.
I might audible. How audible? I'll use Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks on CBS Sports Radio.
Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Cali, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Who the Raiders! Omaha!
Oh, wow. I'm pretty sure that's going to be there it is. Another flag on the play.
Multiple flags on the play. Holding. Offense number 97. That penalty was declined. Touchdown. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. Offense number 22. Penalty will be applied to the kickoff.
This is going to be one of the strangest calls.
That son of a... You playing against Dick this week? Yeah. Could be worse, man. When I played against him, he ejected all my players.
What?
Armchair.
Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We've got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live. Or catch the instant replay. Oh, we are back. Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball on National Chicken and Waffles Day. Gotta like that. It's also National Bra Day. Get your mind out of the gutter. It's for breast cancer awareness. But I did have to do a double take when I saw that. I was like, all right, this must have been started in the 60s. Atlanta leads at 9-2. If you're just joining us, the Braves added 4 more runs in the top of this inning, getting a hold of the Catman, Tony Gonsolin. Guillermo Heredia is coming in to play center field for the Braves. Duvall will slide over to right. And Will Smith will come on to close, and I'm a little surprised. I thought they might hold off, but he hasn't pitched in a few days. They probably just want to keep him sharp. Here's the first pitch from Will Smith, and it's a fastball on the outside part of the plate, and it's 1-0. Will Smith is set to face quite a few here. The heart of the order, Corey Seager, Trey Turner, Will Smith. Here's a 1-0 pitch, and it slider drops off the table outside the zone, swung on and missed, and it's 1-1. Braves 9, Dodgers 2, if you're just getting caught up to speed here. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is a slider in the dirt, and it's 2-1. If the Braves do make it to the Classic, here's the 2-1 pitch, and it's wide and outside the zone. Will Smith dancing around with a 7-run lead. Kind of hard to believe. Think he'd just go right at him. Throw him right down the pipe. 3-1 pitch to Seager, and it's a fastball ripped to Freddie Freeman on the right-hand side. He's got it. He'll jog over, step on the pillow, and there's one away with Trey Turner coming to the mound. If the Braves make the Fall Classic and the Red Sox win, Atlanta would have home field. Because the Red Sox, though they have a better record, they're a wild card team. If the Braves make the World Series and the Astros make it, the Astros would have home field. They have more wins than Atlanta. Here's the first pitch from Will Smith, and it is a curveball at the knees. It's 0-1. But we're getting way ahead of ourselves. We still have yet another game and 2 more outs in this game. Here's the 0-1 pitch, curveball, fouled to the right side of the infield, and it's 0-2. Oh-2 pitch to Turner from Will Smith. And rocks and fires fastball way outside the zone. It's 1-2. Might be hard for us Braves fans who were born years ago to wrap our heads around this. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is at the knees and inside, and it's 2-2. If Atlanta can find the 3 outs here and one more win versus the Dodgers, here's the 1-2 pitch from Will Smith. It's in the dirt. It's 2-2. Two-two pitch, fouled back out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2. Fastball on the outside part of the plate. If they do make it to the World Series somehow, it will have been 22 years since they have been to the World Series. Now, to put that in perspective, here's the 2-2 pitch from Will Smith, and it is low and at the knees. It's 3-2. Three-two pitch getting ready for Turner. If they do, it'll be 22 years. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it is swung on and banged to the left-hand side of the infield. Dansby's got it. He'll fire it over to first, and there's 2 away, 1 out away from a 3-1 lead. That would be 23 years since they've been in the World Series. Doesn't seem like it's been as long as it has. That's before Y2K, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, all of it. Here's the first pitch, and it is slider just outside the zone, or just inside the zone. Just missed the zone inside is what I'm trying to say. It's 1-0. Will Smith is 0 for 3. He's facing Will Smith. No, you're not hearing double. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a slider swung on and missed. Dropped out of the zone, and it's 1-1. One pitch. And it is a slider swung on and missed outside, up high in the zone, and it's 1-2. Here's the 1-2 pitch down to their last strike. Will Smith gets the sign. He cocks back and fires. And fastball hit into center field. It's hit high and deep. On the track is Heredia. Loses his balance a little bit, but he corrects himself. He's got the out, and the game is over. And your Atlanta Braves are just 1 win away from the World Series. They lead 3-1. We'll be back tomorrow night, 8:08, his first pitch. And Mr. Max Fried is on the mound. Yes, we lost last year a 3-1 lead, but there was no home field advantage, and it makes a big difference. You've already heard Dodger players make comments about the travel. And considering all that is at stake, wrap every single Braves player in a bubble wrap so they don't get hit with one of these failed tests. Hopefully we can have Jorge Soler back in time for the World Series if we can make it, because we'll need a DH. But this Atlanta Braves team, they just keep rolling with the punches. Whatever's brought to them, they keep going and going and going. That loss last night could have been devastating. And honestly, starting this broadcast tonight, I was very concerned about it. Wondering where their psyche was. Unbelievable game by the Braves. They stood and faced the fire, and they're now just one game away from a trip to the World Series, something we haven't seen since Y2K. We'll be back tomorrow night. Thanks for listening, Braves Country. 8:08 first pitch, Max Fried Day. We'll see you. Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Get your Sunday football morning started off right with the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Your Sunday morning kickoff show where we tackle your NFL lines out in the desert, a 61.2% win rate over the last 6 years. Against the spread, over under, money line, you name it. And we dive into the world of fantasy football year long and your DFS payouts. Your only true Southern football kickoff show that talks the spreads in Vegas, your DFS and fantasy, and your year-long quest to win that fantasy football championship. Only on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. It's the Handicappers on Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, 10 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. Sundays, all NFL season long. Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern. Dixie Football Nation is back and better than ever. We got Tony Agolini, Matt Carr, Tones Areola, Bobby and Angelo, along with Mac McGee this fall. Dixie Football Nation heads to the gridiron, talking ACC, SEC, the Big Ten, and all the big games throughout the college football land. That's Dixie Football Nation, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, Saturday mornings on the Armchair Quarterback Show's YouTube channel, going live, or catch the instant replay.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy Sunday.